Okay, let's. Before I begin, let's check, make sure everything's clear. Okay, Twitch is working, which makes sense. Let me make sure YouTube is also working, and it is. Ooh, okay, nice. All right, we got good stream status on YouTube, and then on Twitch it's always ass. I don't know why. Oh, there it goes. All right. Anyway, yeah, I'm back live again finally. I've been waiting to go live for like the whole fucking week. uh, I've been just clipping videos from previous stream, and I just wanted to fucking finally get back to streaming. Holy shit. Um, let's see. What do I need to go over before some things? Oh yeah, I set up dual streaming to YouTube now, so I'm live on Twitch and YouTube, so you can watch me wherever. Um, my avatar's a little smaller in the non-full screen scenes where I'm in like the right corner, and of course, as you could tell, I have a new avatar finally, so I don't know. I need to still work on it. It's definitely not the final version by any means, but hey, we have a start. So I also have a nice music playlist while streaming now too, so that's nice. Um, but yeah, holy shit, Trey, it's fucking cold. Oh, and yeah, well, sometimes you're gonna see me. I try to set up expression detection correctly, but sometimes it might just be funky and not working correctly. Like right now. I might turn it off. I'm not sure. Um, but yeah, no, it's like so fucking cold here, Chad. The high is like 14 degrees Fahrenheit today. It's fucking awful. It's just so fucking cold. And yesterday it was fucking cold. I finally went to the gym yesterday after like 4 days. Because my muscles were sore for like. Well, I mean, I went to the gym for like those 4 days, like I think once or twice. But I was just doing cardio. I wasn't actually like doing any strength training. Um, my biceps were sore for a solid like 4 days. Um, and I need to I'll have to recalibrate this. I'm already gonna hold on. I'm already gonna do add to my notes already. But yeah, no, yesterday it was fucking snowing really fucking bad when I walked to the gym because at my college there's the gym right down the road that I'll just walk to that's on campus. But it was fucking bad yesterday, and I usually go later in the evening, like at 3 or 4, because usually I'm working or doing whatever the fuck. Like usually I'm working on stream shit or preparing for next stream, or I'm like doing other work. Um, so I'll usually go in the evening because I don't want to go in the morning. I used to go in the morning like all the time, but I just want to get straight to work when I wake up. Um, but yeah, yesterday it was snowing like fucking crazy, and that's how I was walking there. I thought of not going, but I really wanted to go because fucking I wanted to work my biceps really badly because they've been sore for so long. Um, and also I don't go to the gym during like my month-long winter break usually that we have. Um, although that was my last one, so yeah, I wasn't going the whole time. So then I get back and I hit different muscle groups, and it's like holy shit. It's like crazy. It's like after like a month-long break, they're like stronger. Like I don't understand how. Like it doesn't make any fucking sense. Um, but yeah, and it's fucking freezing today, and then tomorrow and when I'm looking, I have my terminal. I have the terminal. Um, I have I have this. Hold on. I got this little thing right here, which is really nice because I can just code my own shit. Um, but I have like a wetter display that someone else made. I think I made like a because I'm a software dev, so I'll usually work on some like open source projects and stuff. I did make a GitHub notifications plugin that uses the GitHub API, but I'm using the wetter widget that somebody else made. In fact, I might be able to. In fact, we can go and see. These are the plugins, though. I need to look for like the recipes here. All right. Oh, that looks pretty cool. Yeah, the water gland. This is the one that I use right here. So I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, right now, today, it's the high is 14 and the low is 4. Thankfully, it's not snowing though. But then the next 2 days, the next 4, the, the next 5 days, next 4 days, it's snowing like pretty consistently, and then uh, today's Tuesday. Next Sunday, it's kind of lightly snowing, but then it tapers off. Um, the darker these bars are, by the way, that's like the higher precipitation or snow that would be on that day. And if it's lighter with like a rain icon or snow icon, then it would kind of be like spotty. So like Sunday is kind of spotty for me when I look at it, but Wednesday and Tuesday are like 31, like 30. And then Friday and Saturday it tapers to like 20, 15, and it just kind of stays there until the end of the week. I'm like, shit. Um, but anyway, uh, yeah, fucking, oh my gosh, first day of classes like last week, which actually I think that was no wait, this was on was this on Wednesday? It might have been a Wednesday or Monday. I'm not sure of like last week, but I caught up with like one of my friends. I haven't seen him for about probably a year or something like that, because that's usually how this goes. Uh, and uh, he's kind of crazy. He has this like crazy fucking mindset of he he fucking like he'll take like a fuck ton of credits. In my last semester, wow, yeah, this expression is like not working, chat. Holy shit. Um, Hell, I might just clear that. In fact, that might be a good idea. Hold on. What was it? Oh yeah, yeah, we're definitely just gonna. Which one is that? It's you. Yeah. Okay. But yeah. Okay, so I'll do that now. So hopefully that won't miss track. But yeah, I caught up with my friend after like a year, and he. Oh right, I need a cow braid. All right, there we go. All right. Yeah, no, that should be better. Surprise still works. That's all I care about. Caught up with my friend after about a year. He'll take like a fuck ton of credits, like in a semester. I think he's taken probably 6 classes. Usually you would take like 5. Sometimes he'll take 7, but he'll have his 6 classes, and then he TAs 2 classes, and then he works like at fast food probably also, um, outside of class as well. So yeah, he's kind of goaded. But I was talking with him after one of my psychology classes, and which he was in with me. It's funny. I didn't like I we were going around the room for like introductions and shit, and I looked to my left, and there's like we're basically in the classrooms all in these chairs in like rows, basically, if you want to think of it like that. They're all kind of these like one unit like desk with the chair type of thing, so that they can all be like moving around and shit. But I was looking at my left because the girl next to me was like giving her introduction and shit. But then I look like past her, just I turn my head right just like a little bit. I look like just past her, And all the way on the far corner of the room was fucking my friend. And it was literally like the funniest shit ever. Because I didn't. He said he tried to get my attention when I walked in, but I just didn't fucking notice. Um, but I was chatting with him after class and shit. And, he's TAing for, we're both in like, game dev and shit. Or at least we're both in game dev, but he's actually a game dev. I'm not anymore. I'm more of just a general software engineer right now. And one of our classes is like, I don't even remember. It's basically when we learn like C++. It's usually like a second year class, like a late second year class, right? And well, he's teaching it this semester. Well, he's TAing the class this semester, right? So it is second, late second years, right? Consider it in their spring semester. Bro, oh my gosh, fucking so he's TAing, right? And the classroom setup specifically, it's like rows of computer desks. We have our computer labs here and shit with like high spec computers, right? So they're in rows, right? And him and the professor are up front, right? So the computers are facing away from them. So I just wanted to give you that context, because there was one person, he was complaining to me about how there's this one guy in this class. Like I remember like this video, like this week we like saw the video of the fucking Reddit mod that got banned because he's like promoting a scam, and then he made that video, right? And actually it's really funny because this story he told me is like before that even happened. But basically one of the people in the class was basically like that Reddit mod. Like he's basically he considers himself this fucking like meme lord or some shit. So it's just cringe as fuck, right? And he won't stop, like, he tells me he won't stop making like quips and jokes like that are terrible. And the thing is, I don't even remember any of them. There's a reason why I don't. It's because the last thing he told me was genuinely like horrifying, right? But he'll keep making quips and jokes and shit as the professor's like talking, and basically like interrupting him and shit. And mind you, like the professors that I know, like that professor, I won't name them obviously, but I know them, right? And they're chill as fuck, right? A lot of the game dev professors in general are chill as fuck. But like he had to tell this fucking kid to shut the fuck up, like, because he wouldn't stop fucking talking, right? But the last thing that happened really this kid's kind of fucked, because Josh doesn't know what happened because, as I said, he's in the front. He can't see the computer screens, right? So he has no idea what was shown, right? But he just remembers that, like, when the professor told him to like shut the fuck up, right? Like, he actually shut the fuck up, which is kind of impressive. But then he went on his lab computer and shit and was doing shit, right? And mind you, this is like day one, so it's basically just syllabus review anyway. So like, you'd probably just be like looking at her shit, probably preparing for other classes, or just like doing other work if you have any to kind of like get going, right? But the kids that were behind, like the students that were behind him and shit, were like actually like mortified. It's like they fucking saw their fucking friend die in the fucking fucking trenches in France in like 1915 or some shit, because they were fucking terrified, right? And they were just pointing and like actually like looking like, what the fuck, like like they were like, huh, right, like looking at his screen. And no, he like fucking my friend doesn't know what the fuck like was pulled up, but he has a pretty funny suspicion of what it probably was. Imagine these are like the lab computers for our college, right? So there's a good chance he pulled up like fucking porn or fucking hentai on the fucking lab computers of our college, and they see everything you're doing on them. Obviously, like what the fuck, like. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? And this guy isn't like a first year either, where it's like he's this first year that's gonna fucking drop out, which is like pretty common, right? Because they just aren't fucking like their IQ is like fucking 5, and they're not. They literally act like a 5-year-old, like they're not ready for college, right? But this guy's a second year, like he got like because like the first year classes are kind of designed to fuck you a little bit, right? Where if you're like retarded, right? Like, yeah, you're kind of cooked, right? Because it's it's either you if you're retarded, it's either you stop being retarded or you know actually fucking you know drop out or some shit, right? But this guy was the second year, and he was a late second year too. Like, how the fuck? It's like holy shit. He must have had some fucking mental illness or issue or something, because it's actually like, what, like, are you fucking kidding me, right? But yeah, I fucking went to the gym yesterday. I'm gonna go today too, of course. Also, I'm literally just checking shit. Hold on. But anyway. Yeah, we're gonna do Factorio today, right? Actually, it's a little jarring for me because it's playing right now, right? Like, I have the game pulled up, but I have the audio turned off for y'all because, we're not actually starting yet. But I hear the game audio, and then the music that you hear, and the music is from The Rise of the Golden Idol. I like putting. They have some pretty chill tracks to put in the background, right? Alright, I was also just checking to see if the Factorio audio is kind of bleeding through, but it's not. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, let me also add some notes. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna do Factorio today, and we're gonna do specifically... I'm doing a non-space age save without quality, and we're gonna have the elevated rails. I'll show the mods that I'll use. It's not really a lot. But yeah, I want to focus on novice specifically because I want this save to be more of a mega base save over time. Just trying to optimize really the movement of resources throughout the map. But what was I? Oh, but what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, oh yeah, what? So this is my last semester of college and shit. One of my I just realized something. One of my classes is like this async class. And the nice thing is I was able to actually get the whole thing done like last week. I like cranked that out so hard. It was really easy to do. It's literally just these chapters you go through, and I just skimmed through them, and then you do this self-test, which isn't graded, but it's basically just a bunch of multiple choice questions, and then the time test for the chapter is just some of those things from or some of those questions from the self-test. And then there's this final exam that's like 40% of the grade, and it's just 100 questions randomly chosen from all of those like chapters, right? And it was a medicine. It was a specifically language of medicine, right? I just needed like elective to fucking give me some credits, right? It's funny if I scratch my nose, then that goes up. Um, but yeah, I finished that. I only had like half of it done come like Thursday, but then I just decided, fuck it, I'm just gonna do the whole thing, and then I just did the whole thing. Um, so now I have way more time on my hands to like stream and shit. But let's see. I didn't really do much. I mean, I basically finished all that work. I don't really have other work to do for college. I have like a paper that's due in about like a week, but I could probably bang that out pretty quick. It's only like 2 to 3 pages. And really, it's literally nothing. Like I can just bang that out. But then I have like nothing else. So I'm gonna try to improve things for stream and all that. Probably like during this week a lot. And speaking of which, we're gonna go ahead and just do something real quick. Because I'm still new to this, I'm still figuring out what the fuck is going on. Do that. Okay. Alright, my eyes can kind of... Because I'll close my eyes like this and like talk and shit. But I want to make that like snappier. Like, how the fuck do I do that? Let's move auto look. No. Hello, sir. It's like slow. Blink's moving. Maybe it's that. Let's leave that on. Well, looking down, it should auto blink, but it doesn't. Maybe it's this. Maybe. I think that was like there. Like that. Oh, yeah. Because I don't know if you noticed, but I close my eyes like a lot like this. I was having auto blink on, but I don't really like it as much. Or as I realized, look at it. We'll see if my eyes partially close like that. Oh. But anyway, hey, my eyes are open. What the fuck? No. I'm now just looking at my eyes. What the fuck is going on? My eyes are open. Oh my gosh. Alright. Yeah, I'm still very new to fucking VC phase. Okay, I think it's just the sensitivity of like when I blink. So I'm just gonna put up a little bit more. I don't know how we're gonna make this not. Hell, I don't even know. Like my eyebrows seem that don't even move. Whatever the fuck. Anyway. But yeah, we'll be doing Factorio and shit. Oh yeah, fucking just before stream today, oh my gosh. I went ahead and is this auto blinking that's just doing that, or am I just tweaking? I don't know. In fact, I'll go turn that off. But today I was like, just before stream, I realized I looked down at my keyboard and I fucking realized that my keyboard was so fucking dirty. You'll know that like fucking dandruff and shit, or fucking. I mean, the lovely term is fucking gamer gunk, but fucking literally gamer gunk will be on my keyboard and shit, right? And fuck yeah, so I cleaned that shit off with like microfiber cloth and shit. But I have it's weird because I use like a split keyboard. See, it's a technique that my eyes are like closed when it's not. It's like my eyes are kind of droopy in general. But let's go with this. Like the keyboard that I use is like this one kind of. I say kind of, but it's more like this one, right? Actually, it's very much. This is like exactly the one that I have. It looks like. Um. Hell, now I might just look at keyboards and shit. But yeah, I use this keyboard. And I use this keyboard for gaming too. So like, yeah, and it was like this much. Well, it's actually a little bit more than that. But yeah, I use this keyboard. But I have like a black case here with like white keycaps. And so like the keycaps will get noticeably dirty, but like usually like it'll be dirty like on this side, and usually at this like middle thumb key here, because that's where my like spacebar is. Maybe like these other keys here, like my super keys right here for like all my quick actions and shit. But like all the keys over here are fucking disgustingly dirty, because I like never look over there, right? And I think it's because I've been usually the left side would be more dirty because I'd be like gaming more, right? Usually that cross would be nice and dirty because that's where my fucking hands, you know, my WSD will go. But like the whole thing here was fucking dirty, and it's probably because I wasn't playing a lot of games. I think like this week I was just kind of typing and shit and doing random shit. But anyway, but yeah, there's a new playlist now for the music. I might. Like the Rise music is copyrighted, so I'm probably gonna either I'll do royalty free, or I might just contact those to be like, hey, can I just like use it midstream, for like just chatting. And by the way, if you don't know what like the Rise of the Golden Idol is, or like the Case of the Golden Idol is, don't look anything up about it at all. In fact, let's go back here. There's a demo on Steam, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so there's a demo right here, that's on Steam. Although if you do buy the game, I'd recommend not buying it on Steam. I recommend, in fact, that this is the time for me to do like the Steam rant of how I hate Steam now. Yeah, so you know you can buy it here, and this is the complete edition, of course. But in fact, wait, I highly recommend buying on Good Old Games instead of Steam if you do buy it. But I'm not gonna really tell you anything about it. It's kind of Mad Lib shit, kind of, where you're filling in shit to like solve mysteries and like different levels and shit. What I will say though is that at first it's gonna be like, oh, these are like cool little puzzles and shit and all that, but then like as you go through the game and shit, it's just gonna turn more and more insane. Like there's an overarching sort of story between all like the little cases you kind of go through and shit. Besides the fact, so Case of the Golden Idol, the first one, each level, like puzzle wise, is really good, right? And the story is fucking crazy. Like it's actually the most insane shit I've ever fucking played, right? I can't tell you any. I literally can't. It's like if you know Outer Wilds, you know that game too, you know, is one where you know, just don't. Heck, it's on sale. Oh no, it isn't. But don't look at anything. It's a spaceship game where you fly a spaceship and go and you know, solve fucking, you know, figure out shit going on with like fucking abandoned or a lost alien race and shit. Yeah, that's also one where just don't look anything up, because these types of games, it's where if you know like a thing about the game, you're cooked. Because the whole game loop is just knowledge, it's figuring out new shit. Like that's all it is, right? So once you don't know it, like you are cooked. Yeah, it's over, bro. But yeah, no, the case of the Golden Isle, the puzzles are very good, and the story is very good between level to level. Rise of the Golden Isle, the puzzles are decently pretty good. I'd say they're probably a bit easier than Case. Um, but the story is also just fucking insane. And of course, there's also DLC for the game too. But yeah, just play the demo for Case. just play the demo for Case on Steam. It's fucking free. You can go play it right now. I don't care if you turn off this fucking video and go play it. Just go play it. Okay. But anyway. Oh yeah. Are we gonna rant about Steam today? Is that what I think we're gonna do before I play Factorio? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Steam is very popular, obviously, for obvious reasons, right? Um, Especially in comparison to other PC, storefronts. I'm specifically mentioning Epic here, of course, because I don't even think like like Ubisoft doesn't even count. Like, let's be real here. You just have that Ubisoft launcher because you bought the game on Steam. I mean, that's the whole reason, right? I mean, it's the same thing kind of Rockstar launcher also as well. Um, and now I'm just remembering fucking GTA Definitive Edition, man. Holy shit, what a fucking crime. Um, but anyway, Steam's very consumer friendly, right? Uh, they don't kind of fuck with you, at least for right now. And they have a bunch of different games on them. They support Linux a lot. Fucking Proton is fucking huge for me. Like, holy shit. Like, I can't deny that, right? Obviously. And I'm not sitting here saying Steam's bad right now. They're not even bad right now. Like, they're really fucking good right now. Alright? But that doesn't really, long term wise, that doesn't really change anything, really. You might be like, what are you talking about? At the end of the day, any game you buy on Steam, you don't actually own it, right? You just have this license to play it, right? And you still have Steam DRM with all the games that you buy on Steam, right? And some people don't really realize this. Some people don't even know about this. Like it's become ubiquitous to that PC games you buy on Steam or Epic or something, right? You buy on some storefront, right? And then you download their launcher, and then you use their launcher to launch your game, right? This is like so much the norm now. Like people can't even comprehend like not doing this, right? But if you've pirated games before, you'll kind of understand what I'm talking about. Heck, if you pirated games before, you probably don't you probably understand this a little bit better, right? But when you pirate games, you just have like the game folder with like the exe, and that's it. There's no like launcher for the game. It's just you just launch the game, right? Like there's no extra step in that, right? That's basically the whole thing with like good old games. You saw me pulling up good old games and shit. That's because all their games are DRM free, right? Like all of them. Heck, I'm trying to find their about section. Because let's see here. Yeah. So one that they've GOG has been obviously, they have a bunch of new games, quote unquote. I say new games, right? But games that are after 2010, after 2005, the like that's what I'm saying new, right? But like games that were made like before that, they update those games to actually work on like modern systems, right? But the thing is that like you don't like GOG has a launcher like GOG Galaxy, but um, yeah, like the client's optional, right? So you just buy the game. You just buy the game and you own the game, right? Like that's it. Like there's no like, and you know, some people are thinking that there's just like some small games on here, but you see that there's Firewatch here. There's fucking Witcher 3. You know, like the whole Witcher series is on here, and all the shit, right? And it's because GOG is actually owned by CD Projekt Red, right? Um, but anyway, when you buy it on Good Old Games, you actually own the game. So usually, what I'll do is, you know, what some people will do is they'll download the offline installer that they have, right? And they'll just put that as a backup place on their computer, and then they'll install the game, right? So, and you might be like, oh, why is this so important, right? Well, and also I would like to mention that GOG lets you refund a game within 30 days, and that's it. There's no like playtime amount because it doesn't track your playtime. Right? Like, there's no launcher for the game. Well, I mean, there is, but it doesn't. You don't need to use it, right? So it's not. They're not tracking your playtime. They don't give a fuck how long you played the game for. If you've had it for 30 days, you could just, yeah, refund it. Like, you might be like, well, what if you still have the game? Yeah, they don't care about that either, right? You might be like, oh, you're not supposed to do that. You shouldn't really do that. But I don't really check if you have the offline installer too, obviously, because there's no DRM. Like, there's no DRM at all. Now you might be like, why does this matter now? Like Steam, right now as it stands, you know, Steam's S tier, right? Obviously. Steam has all the games. Steam gives a shit about their fucking players. They make shit that works. They don't shit on the fucking players like some fucking studios do. Epic Games. But that's just right now, right? Right? Like that's just right now. Like you gotta understand that DRM is still imposed with Steam, right? Steam's pretty good right now, but that's the thing. It's right now. And you might be like, oh no, I don't do no. Like down the road that might not be the case, right? I mean, companies change. Like no company is gonna stay alive forever, right? And it kind of seems that way with Steam. It seems like it's just never gonna stop, right? But that might not be true. I mean, and the thing is that Steam has said, you know, this question has come up where it's like, if Steam were to die or something, or they went out of business or yada yada, right? What would happen, right? Like, yeah, they say that they would come up with some solution if that were to come the case, right? But why do you trust them? You might be like, well, what do you mean? It's Steam. No, like, why would you trust them? Because let's say you're like a dying company that's basically liquefying everything and kind of just dipping, right? Like, let's say you're in that situation. Would you spend resources to do that? No. Well, why would you? No. Why? No. Right? Because at that point, you don't give a fuck. Right? Like most companies, they're not going to do that. Like, why would they do that? They don't have the resources to do that. They're dipping. Like, they're fucking liquefying all their assets and fucking dipping. Like, what do you mean, right? So I don't trust them at all. Like, that, you know, even with their good record right now, like, fuck no. And that's the thing with DRM is you have to trust who you're working with. You have to trust Steam if you have DRM with your games. It's the same thing with your fucking operating system with fucking Windows, right? You have to trust Microsoft, which clearly in the past few days has been, or past month or so, with all the AI bullshit. Yeah, no. Like, right? That's why I use Linux on my system, right? Like, you might be like, oh, you're a software dev, though. I was like, well, there's good systems you can try to test and get going, right? You can even run a virtual machine of them and see how they like work, right? But that's the whole thing with DRM is trust. But with good old games, I don't have that problem. Like I literally don't have that problem. Like good old games could die right now, literally right fucking now. Like at this very second, it could be done, and I'd be like, oh okay, whatever. I don't care. I mean, I do care, right? There's a bunch of games I didn't buy, right? But all the games I've bought now, I have. Like I own those games. They can't be taken away from me. And I own all of them, right? That's why I like if the game's here, I buy it here. Like I don't buy it on Steam anymore. Like I've given up on that like entirely. There's a bunch of games I own on Steam that I don't own on Good Old Games. That's because I didn't discover Good Old Games at that point, right? But on my wish list is all the games that I want to play that I don't own on Steam, and also all the games that I've already bought on Steam, but I want to buy them again, right? But yeah, like I'm so sick and tired of fucking this trust bullshit. Like that's the whole thing. Like it's just trust. You have to just trust the publisher to not be a dick. And I was like, with Steam, that's pretty easy because, well, they have a clear track record of not being a dick to its community, right? Heck, also there's the good old game stream list, so you can go ahead and wow, I love how it gives me anime like right here. My specifically, wow. I mean, heck, you know, I'm feeling lucky. Yeah, they got a bunch of shit on Dreamcast, right? Heck, one of the games that let me look. I think it's called Alpha Patrol. Yep. Yeah, this game was released in 2010, and also the big thing with Good Old Games is in order to get these games sort of published on their platform, they gotta the legal team, they gotta fucking cook hard just to get the licensing to do this, right? And usually that's impossible. Because like some of these old games, the studios don't even exist anymore. I mean, who do you even talk to? Like, it's like really hard to like figure it fucking out. But this game was basically dead. It released in 2010, right? But it only just like a year ago actually like got released on GOG, right? And it got all these achievements here. And yeah, this game was not popular even too. Like this is the thing. Like this game wasn't even popular when it came out. It was really fucking weird. It was not your normal shooter, right? But you know, they just focus on getting games to fucking work. And also you got something else I want to bring up. Because I've been seeing with Fallout 4, you see how I saw Fallout New Vegas and that reminded me of this, right? You got New Vegas here, obviously. Something I would like to add also, if you buy a game on Good Old Games, you can have multiple installations of the game on your computer at the same time, right? So, if you look up here, you know, the big thing, you know, Fallout New Vegas modding, you don't really worry about because that game hasn't been updated fucking forever. But the one that and also they have Fallout 4 here, but they also have Fallout London here as well. They ship it with Good Old Games, so that is very nice. They also put a note here. Oh my gosh! So even if you use the launcher, you don't have to deal with this bullshit because you can just disable auto updating, right? And you can roll back your updates, right? It's really funny they have to put this note here because it's so fucking annoying. I've been seeing people complain about this on Steam for like so long. It happened with obviously the anniversary update that recently happened. It happened with the next gen update, right? Like they just released this update that fixes some things, breaks 3 times more things, and then breaks all mods. So yeah, but yeah, on Steam you would have to deal with the downgrader and shit. And it is a little bit of an annoying process because once the Fallout 4 update comes out, Steam automatically is like, okay, we're gonna update the game, right? And you're like, fuck no. Obviously. But yeah, on GOG, you don't have to deal with that. Even with the fucking launcher, you can just disable auto updating. And if you're using the offline installers, which I would recommend, I mean, that's what I use, right? The way the offline installers work is if the game gets an update, you just download the new installer and then point it to where your installation is to update it, right? Yeah, the offline installers, updates are done always manually, right? So I haven't played Fallout 4 in a hot minute. I think I have Fallout London set up on this computer, right? But it still works. Like, I'm pretty sure it's definitely pre-anniversary edition, right? But it's not updated. Like, and like I can go back to any version of the game I want to if I wanted to, right? Like, and I can have Fallout London on my computer and Fallout 4 modded on my computer with like some settlements too, and another save that's just vanilla, and like same thing with we'll probably play FTL on stream at some point. Hello. What the fuck? Where the fuck's FTL? Alright, well, I'll look at it. We'll probably play it on stream because I have Multiverse installed and then I have like a vanilla save installed. I'm not sure if I have a Captain's Edition version installed, but I might. I could have sworn that FTL was on. Yeah, it is. It just didn't work. But yeah, I have FTL here. So we'll play that. I also have I bought Into the Breach. This is a suck ass ad. I can't fuck it. We're not gonna mod this for a hot minute because I still am shit at the game. But yeah, just if it's on Good Old Games and it's a single player game, just fucking buy it on Good Old Games. Trust me, man. And also, you can they have some people talk about oh, and they also have Fallout 1 and 2 here. I also suck ass at this game. They also have Fallout Tactics, as you can see. What was I gonna? Oh. And the high resolution texture pack. Yeah, you don't need to buy that. Well, it's free, but you don't need to buy it. Or you don't need to have that. Like, obviously, it's fucking mods to make it better. Oh yeah, GOG has really good sales too. People talk about Steam sales a lot, but like, holy shit, some of these Good Old Game sales are fucking huge, right? Like, look at this shit. Like, bro, like, oh yeah, just have it for $3, right? Like, yeah, like, yeah, you have Cult of the Lamb here, Tomb Raider, Rayman, Blade Runner. This I'm not sure of. Yeah, they have a bunch of deals and shit too. But anyway, yeah, I would highly recommend buying it on Good Old Games, but especially because you don't have to deal with fucking bullshit if it comes a Good Old Games way. I don't know. Even if one of your games gets taken down from Good Old Games because of the publisher or some shit, guess what? Who cares? You already own it. And I think of like the fucking Crew as a fucking travesty where it's literally like you own the game, you bought the Crew, right? And multiplayer got took offline. So okay, well I can still play single player, right? Nope. You can't even launch the game. Oh, they also have mods here too. But yeah, you have really old games on here. Like, you obviously have Doom on here. And then you got fucking Quake as well. And even got Quake 4, right? Like I haven't played Quake 1. I need to I need to do that. But even then, they have sales, right? So yeah, just fucking buy on Good Old Games. I understand that you don't need the launcher. Just fucking like you don't need a launcher. Just go ahead and fucking download the offline installer. Keep that shit backed up on somewhere on your fucking computer, or like have a separate drive for that shit, and you're good. But also, ooh, excuse me. That's what the fuck says. Yeah, see, it came out in 2020, so they have a bunch of new games and shit. I have no idea what this is. Anyway, and you can find some really interesting shit on here, like shit you've never fucking heard of. But anyway, rant is over. It's actually speaking of which, with Factorio, you can buy it on Steam. I own it on Steam still, but we're playing. Wow, Factorio on the Switch 2 is actually kind of crazy. But we're gonna play non-space. I'll show you in a minute, but mainly because I want to focus on novice production, and then we'll probably do Space Age later. Mainly because I don't know the other plans for Space Age, and I kind of want to like optimize stuff. And also mods are written in lure, so. But you can sign up for an account on Factorio and then link it to your Steam account, and then you can download their game, like they have a DRM-free version of the game essentially. Although you do need a Factorio login to handle mods, and also get actual automatic updates. You can still update the game manually if you download the new installer and then point it to that path, right? And they also have a demo here. Like if I click, you can download the demo for your operating system, or you can do it on Steam. They also have it on Steam. If I just look it up, they have a demo here too. So anyway, and as you can see, it's a little fairly positive. Yeah, the factory must indeed fucking grow. But anyway, we'll probably, and oh, by the way, if you were thinking that this game would ever go on sale, it's literally never gone on sale. So I would not count on it. All right, the lowest recorded price was $30, but that's because it used to be 30, not 35. Right? Like literally, it's never gone sale. So don't count on it. And that's why I said just play the demo. If you like the game, then you can play it. Play the demo. Yeah. And obviously, there's a lot of people who can. Let's clear this shit out. But yeah, buy games on Go Games. If you buy Factorio, even on Steam, just go ahead and fucking download the DRM-free version of it. That's what I'm playing on today. But anyway, rant is over. And this time, instead of talking for 2 hours, I'm talking for 1. But anyway, I'll have credit pulled up on like a separate thing to draw and shit. Mainly because that's what I'm probably gonna have to be doing. Anyway, okay. I think we're gonna be good to go here. Whoa. No. Okay. The game shouldn't be too loud. Kind of crank it down a little bit like that. Because the music won't be that bad. Anyway. So yeah, we're playing specifically in let's take a look at the mods here. So Space 8, so for those that don't know, the base mod is just a base game, obviously, so you obviously need it on. Yeah, you can't have that shit off. But yeah, we'll have the base mod obviously, and when you have Space Age, there's obviously the Space Age mod, quote unquote. Um, Now Space Age also you see here depends on quality. Quality is just sort of honestly, I don't really understand it perfectly. And what updates do I have? Fuck. All right, I'll update. um, Quality is basically, if I craft some gears and shit, a few of them will be a higher quality gear, and then eventually you can make out of that a higher quality assembler and make higher. Yeah, it's like basically like that. Um, Honestly, I still don't understand it. Man, I haven't gotten too much into it, and when I'm playing Space Age, I haven't gotten too much into Space Age. I'm still stuck kind of a novice pro. Um, but yeah, we're gonna have quality off because I don't want to deal with that part. I'm basically playing standard Factorio, except we have Space Age quality obviously disabled, but we'll have elevated rails that comes from Space Age available, so we can make train junctions a lot smoother. And then we'll also have Yarm. I like having Yarm to like track depletion of like ore nodes and shit. And I'll shut it off when we get there. And then I have a time lapse space edition. Um, so I'll have a time. I'll probably have a time lapse available of this save file. I'm not sure how it works with Space Age, but we'll see. And also, yeah, I have an update. Fuck. All right. We'll update it, and then I have to. Yep. All right. Let me fix the source real quick. But yeah, we're basically playing normal Factorio. Um, as for map, I don't know. We'll do free play. There's all this random bullshit here. Um, and we'll just work our way up basically. There's record gameplay here. But I have the time lapse for a reason. And I'm pretty sure I'll be able to post that on YouTube at some point, right? But anyway, I'm not gonna. So we'll just do like normal everything, right? Or no, I want specifically Railworld, right? Because I'm a bit. I don't know. I from last stream when I was talking about shit. I'm a Railworld, or I'm a Railworld. I like trains. The trains are my friends. No, I remember in like when I was playing Space Age with my friend, I was basically on novice the whole time because I would just focus specifically on getting fucking the trains optimized perfectly, right? And we'll work on that. I don't have the blueprints from that save too, so we'll start those from scratch. But we'll work on that, and we'll abstractly kind of design the system, and we'll be using the circuit network for that too, right? Um, but early game we're not gonna be touching that at all because we won't have any of that. But yeah, we'll have basically real world. So this resource patches are much farther apart, so the trains become more important. And actually, I kind of prefer this because when you're scaling up, having the resource patches further apart makes it kind of easier to expand. Because if you think about it, a research patch that's like if your base expands out to directly to a resource patch, you kind of have to build around it, right? Because you want to mine all of it, right? If you're thinking it like that. So having them further apart kind of makes it a bit easier, at least to me. And I can also kind of make sections of bases with the trains, right? And specifically, we'll do a. Let me just check the audio as I'm talking here. Well, specifically, oh yeah, I'm good. Although my mic might be a little loud. We'll see on stream if I have to fix it. But we're gonna do So you know, if you think about it with trains, you can have a long train, like long trains, like a lot of wagons, or you can have small trains. And we're gonna do small trains, so I have more trains on the network. It also makes it so that a train takes up a small single block, so um, we can build our blocks a bit smaller, and they can kind of navigate a lot quicker, right? But anyway, I'm not gonna preview the map. We're just gonna throw ourselves in, and we're just gonna see what happens. Let me make sure my layer is set. Right. Yeah, I'm not changing anything. Something that's important to know is biters just won't create new bases, right? So where the bases are, where I see them, I don't have to worry about them expanding. Later out, though, they will be very dense, right? So we will have to deal with that. But they won't expand to new areas, so I don't have to worry. Once they're gone, right? So that's something nice to worry about. I like. Sort of makes the focus less on have the enemies kind of moved into a spot to more let's build outposts of shit and make big components of shit. Um, that's basically it. But anyway, all right, let's get started. I'm pretty sure I have no blueprints, but I'll double check. Um, yeah. Steam all the way. Yep. I'm not going for achievements, obviously, for this. But that's fine. Oh, and before I begin, I'm gonna make sure I Alright. Main camera. I have to remember how to do this too. Okay. I think we're okay. Base that. Okay. Think I have it set. I hope I do. But anyway, so first thing to start off, just get rid of the fucking uh spaceship, right? So each thing, some of them have plates in it, some of them have nothing in it. On the right, you can actually see. I think it's above me, but you can see when I hover over things, you can see what the entity is, right? So some of these just have nothing, right? But some of these bigger things have stuff in them. Um, so we'll just get rid of all of this, and we'll kind of look at our map here and see what's going on. Just want to get rid of that now. All right. We got coal over here, stone, copper, iron, and there's nothing else as you see. These red guys here are enemies. So this will probably get rid of earlier, hopefully. Well, they're kind of small, and then this one we'll kind of just leave up there, right? And I think that's clear for this area. And the map expands out further, obviously, but you have to walk out there. Or we'll set up a radar with electricity, which we don't even have yet. But that will get really early on, though. We don't have to worry about that. Now, starting, actually, we're going to... Remember how I have Yarn Resource Monitor? We're going to actually set up our monitors here. So you just click like this. You just click it on over here, and it just drag, and it selects the whole area. And then you can filter it by warnings only, or you can show all the sites, which I like showing all the sites, and then I hide click this to hide important details to make it a bit more flush, right? So we'll do stone, which is probably going to stay there for a hot minute. And we'll do iron and copper. And you see how it says never, 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 never. Once we start actually mining this shit, there will be time estimates of when these actually deplete, right? So, okay. The whole point of this game, the way I like to think of this is like with Minecraft, right? With Minecraft, you craft a pickaxe, and then you fucking mine shit, and then you craft more shit, and yada yada, build more shit, right? Um, but like, if you wanna get iron armor or more shit, you go manually yourself, go mine shit and get shit yourself, right? This is you automate that whole thing, right? You make a robot that go mine for you. That's an extreme example, but you make a machine where if resources are fed into it, it makes the pickaxe for you, right? That's the analogy I like to think of with this, right? So when you start out early, you know, you're kind of doing things manually, right? But eventually you start automating the mining of these materials, the smelting of these materials into things, and then you put those into like machines that assemble things into other things that you can use, and then eventually you make it so that it builds miners for you, so you don't have to build them anymore, and you have this mall of all this shit you use, right? And if we look at like the tech tree, right? Really, the way I like to think of this is you know, you, you're basically, you're designing these little systems that build shit in this nice compact way, and then you're unlocking new technologies, and then you're going, oh wait, I can make this better like railway. But even before railway, you have, if we look, let's see here. You have logistics too, where we have a logistics one. Yeah, we have logistics one here. And you have conveyor belts, right? I think you have them already unlocked, but they have a set speed, right? Like they the belt speed is 15 per second, right? But then it's like, okay, and that means that the belt can really only handle 15 per second, resources. But then like you get to logistics two, and then you start making these belts, and these belts can carry double the amount. So then your components could be redesigned to be even better, right? And if we go over here, so let's look at it this way, right? Um, you have a belt going like this, right? Let's say you have like a miner right here, right? And the miner deposits, like right, like here. Now here's the thing, right? Your belt isn't just a belt where like it has some resources on it and it's moving like that, right? Like that's not how that works, right? The belt is split to two sides specifically, right? So there's one side of the belt here, right? And then there's another side of the belt here, right? So this miner here, he's depositing on specifically one side, right? He would be depositing on this side. This side would be empty, right? I'll show you that in game. But it means that you can split resources up on a belt at once. So what we'll do we'll make a furnace stack probably today, right? Simple solution is, we'll have ore be like on this side, this top side, right? And the smelters, they need coal to function, right? They need a fuel source, right? So we'll probably have like a miner down here. He's getting coal and shit, and then we'll just have a conveyor belt here, just deposit on this side, right? And so now the smelters will have the ability to get coal when it needs it to fuel, right? At a much reduced rate, right? Because the coal burning rate is much less than the ore consumption rate, right? Obviously. Um, but so the conveyors are split on two sides, right? And then you can use inserters to grab items off of the conveyor, put them into, for example, an assembly machine, which can make, you see the components here for the assembly machine being like circuits, gears, and plates, right? You can make these assembly machines can make gears and circuits, which then can make assembly machines, right? So anyway, early game. So if you want to think of like a good strategy early game, ideally what you want to do is you want to basically set up um, production of like automated crafting of uh, you know conveyor belts, underground conveyor belts, which we haven't unlocked yet, and splitters, which split the output or split a conveyor belt into two, right? Separate belts. So do half and half, right? You can also adjust that to filter out a specific resource instead. But anyway, what are we gonna do early is I'm not gonna do lazy bastards for a save, but well, I'm too lazy to do that. Lazy bastard is you don't craft basically anything. You have to have assembly sheets to it, all of it, which early game kind of sucks. Anyway, we'll get some wood here just to fuel our fins. So, I can mine this manually myself, right? But it's kind of cringe, and we're not going to do that, right? And also, if you want to put something directly into a machine, you can just do control click, right? And so then if I do like right click to split a stack, I could do like that and then that, right? And it automatically puts it in, right? But you can see this is smelting now, just like we need. And looking here, we need 5 stone for another stone furnace. So I'm going to try to make 2 burners for us. And basically, we're going to kind of just go through and we're going to kind of, this game, start of the game can be slower, obviously. And also, so 1 furnace is 5 stone, right? We actually need 10. And so, yeah, these ore nodes do deplete over time. And now you can see the timer up at the top, right? Right up at the top, right? You can see how stone's taking some time, but that's just because I was mining it. And you'll see that disappear. But 134 days. And mind you, that time is real time. So, yeah, it's going to be a while. But, and then you can just control click on the machine to get, the resources out of it. And now we can make our 2 burners. If you need to craft like gears and furnaces like you see with this, if I just click on it, it'll just create it for me in this like queue down there, right? All right, so here's the good strat. Here's a good tip early game. You need coal, so you see the output, and actually, something I would recommend. Down here, there's alt mode, which you can obviously toggle with left alt, right? But if you turn it on, shows these arrows for you, and generally shows more information. Like giving you icons of what things are smelted and all that. So I'd recommend having that on. But yeah, so this system, this little setup here, you just put 2 burners facing each other, one output, each output. Also, there's a key. I think I used an alternate keyboard layout, so I'm not sure what it is, but I think Q is the key. If you type Q, if you press Q while hovering over a machine, it'll automatically let you place it. If you have one, right? And then if you're holding a ability like this, you can press Q again to just have empty hand, basically. But the output is on specifically like the left side, right? If we're looking like up, right? So you can go ahead and have them both face each other, and then if we just get 1 coal here, if we fuel one of them, then it will fuel the other one, and then this one will turn on and fuel this one, and so on, right? So lets you get fuel very, very quickly. Actually, we'll get a little bit more wood here. I'm thinking of doing like electricity like early, but I might also just not, just to like show shit, right? Because we don't need electricity necessarily, right? We do have our burner inserters here, right? We do. You might be like, what are you talking about? Also, yeah, you see the steam powers coming in here. Now, usually research is done with science packs, but early on it's done with production of basic resources, right? We'll get our coal here. The furnace burns fuel slower than the burner mining drill, so keep that in mind. You'll want more in you want like 2/3 in here and 1/3 in here when you're like early on, right? Or at least roughly, right? Now this with the map here, we'll turn everything off actually. So this toggle here is pollution, right? Pollution is what makes the enemies angry and attack you, so just keep that in mind. Speaking of which, we're gonna go look at them real quick. They've got one worm there, and so these are the bases that spit out these fucks, and then, yeah. So what I'm thinking is we might do this early. I might do military early just to get. Actually, the shotgun's really nice to have. But anyway, we'll get more iron here. You can just control click on it, and we'll get enough stone here for 2 furnaces, one for a burner, one for a mining drill, right? Trying to commentate best I can on the early game, but it's slow. Once we get some things going, we can start really designing some cool shit. So we'll make one of that, because we want to obviously get some copper here. And I'm gonna start like way on the end here. You can see the expected resources from where you're hovering over, right on the right. You can see right there. It's right above me. So we'll do right here because that's low, so I can just kind of deplete it quickly, right? So I like doing that. Do like that much and then that much, right? Because it's kind of split it up. And we'll split it like that just to... Oh, right, you have wood in you. I forgot about that. Now we're getting electronics. So we have steam power unlocked. So the way that this works is you get a water pump. You feed that water into a boiler, which has some fuel source. That fuel source will burn and then heat that up into steam, and then you feed that steam into a steam engine, right? And then you're like, well, okay, why would you want electricity, right? Like, you're probably thinking that. Well, now we have electronics. Okay. Now we need a lab. I should probably, I'll need to get that. But you see now we have a normal inserter, right? A burner inserter takes fuel. The normal inserter just takes electricity, right? And I'll get some wood to show you this right now. And then we need some copper. So, I'll make 10 of these. So ideally what we'll do is, there's kind of some ways you could do this. We'll probably have, so we'll put the pump up there. We'll bring a pipe way down here, right? And then we'll probably have it like next to our coal, right? Just to make it easier. But it's going to take a lot of iron to do that, just to keep in mind. I'm going to get a lot of poles right now, just to stock up on them. And also, I should... I should sort out my toolbar down here. So, well, that's one. I want... Or that's two. I want one here and then two here, right? I'll put this way over, and so you can adjust your toolbar to what you want, right? So have that there. We'll have splitters, underground splitter. We'll have you here. We'll have pipe here. And then in 2, I like having machines. So we'll have furnaces in this case, and then we'll have assembly machines once we get that unlocked, right? And we just need more copper here. I need more iron. Lab is a little expensive, right? But we'll make that now. Just so I can queue up my research, really. I want to queue, so you can queue up the different researches that you want to unlock, right? And notably, some of these are a little weird, right? Usually you don't have to unlock these. I'm remembering like pre 1.0 release Factorio. But so we'll go ahead and we'll get electricity way down here, and that's so we can have the fuel source here, and we can automatically fuel the boilers like quickly, right? But let me show you like the electricity, right? So you see that area that's in. You see that the cables have a set length. You can't go too far with these because they're really shitty. Um, but you see this area that it uncovers, encapsulates, right? Is where you can place things like this inserter, right? So once we have power hooked up, and the way you get hooked up power is you have, in this area you would have a steam engine that's powered, or, like, for example, that's working, right? Um, and then you would just place, insert it in this, and then it would work, right? That's a simple explanation. And so the burners need fuel, and that means we probably need to fuel them, or you have other burner inserters fueling the, burner inserters. If the burner inserter is handling coal, it will fuel itself. But even then, it's still taking fuel, and its spin speed. You can see the rotation speed if you look. It's 281 degrees per second, right? That's slow as fuck because this one's 302, right? And it's a little bit faster. It doesn't even and it doesn't take fuel. It takes fuel to power the boiler, right? But we're powering a bunch of other shit too, right? So anyway, we're gonna need a lot of iron. I just realized. And I'm also just keeping an eye on that. I might want to get military pretty soon. Oh, there's also light armor. Fuck. I'll get light armor. Just to make high so I die. Not immediately. I can get the fuel pump here. So I kind of want to right like here. So probably do it right at the edge. Right here, right? And so you can see, you just place it like this, right? And now I need pipes. So we'll get some undergrounds. The normal pipes would be more resource efficient, but we want to be able to sort of walk through this, right, without much issue, right? So these underground pipes, you place them like this, right? If you want to place them with the farthest distance apart, right, you'll click, you'll hold, and then you'll just go like that. You click and hold, and it goes like that, right? So yeah, we're gonna get water all the way down, and we'll have to cut through some trees, which is fine, right? And we'll keep the trees around because the trees do absorb the pollution that we're generating, right? You can see it's kind of going out further here more easily because there's not much trees here versus down here. It's kind of being contained, right? So, and once the pollution hits enemies, the enemies will start to evolve and get stronger. So you'll want to keep that in mind, right? Also, yeah, these stopped working because they got full, right? I think you're low, aren't you? Oh. Oh, okay. That's just ambience. Whoopsie. I thought that was an enemy for a second. Okay. Oh, and when you unlock new things, you'll see them in here. I'll show you. So yeah, now we're gonna get the boiler sort of set up, and once we get power set up, we'll get. I'll cue this right now. Actually, we're gonna want. Okay, once I get power set up, I'm gonna want to get automation quickly, and we don't need to automate the science packs right away because it's small amount. So we'll do that, right? And I'm also gonna do radar. And that's just so if we place it now, we'll get uncover more of the map now, right? Because it takes time. The radar takes a bit of time to do it, right? And then once we have that set up, and once we get rid of these guys over here, kind of have a bit of safety, we'll go ahead and set up furnace stacks, right? And we're going to calculate the most optimal stacks that we can do, right? And we'll probably have one stack. We'll have one stack for production of things we need, like conveyor belts, inserters, and yada yada, even chests, for example, right? So we can hold all that stuff in. Then we'll have another one for science. And once we automate science, then we can start researching all these science that just take one red, right? Very quickly, too. And we'll need red, obviously, for later on once we do red and green. Then it'll be red, green, and blue, red, green, and military, and so on. And then it gets crazier and crazier. And there's even infinite sciences with, like, artillery range, for example, right? There's also space science and all this cool shit. There's also elevator rail, and we're going to want that probably much later on, right? Rail planner we'll consider, yep. There's also solar panels. Where is it? Looking for circuit network. I think you get that early. I think it's just red and green for circuits. Yep. So we can do circuit networks, and this is really cool because you can kind of track different aspects of the machines, right? You could track the storage of materials in a thing to, make that be a ratio of like the priority of the station of the train, being how likely will the train go to that station, right? Anyway, this will be a slow stream. Next week I'll probably do I'll do Factorio again if it's looking like pretty good, right? Or I might do Payday again. Probably do Stealth though, because the VTube modeling is I'm gonna be honest, chat. The VTube modeling is really kind of taxing on my computer. Even though my computer is pretty good. Actually, let me. You can put resources down here, so we can just have the coal right down there. So you can just click on it to feed it into machines. But yeah, it's a little taxing on my computer. Like I play Payday loud and it'll struggle. So I'll probably do stealth again. I'll be honest. I might do golden grin stealth, right? I like planning things with the pre-planning, right? So yeah, you can just hook it up like this. And man, this is taking a while. We're almost there though, right? So we want to get it down to like here. We're about halfway, so that's good. Our pollution's okay. Just okay. Once it touches them, it's yeah, we're gonna have to have some shit ready. Because my pistol ain't gonna cut it. As you better imagine. Let me look at the time real quick. Okay. We're about an hour and a half in. I can't wait to get circuitry though. Because we can do a lot of shit with circuits. The main thing I've done with circuits is just train shit. But you can do a lot more of it too. So, and what the fuck? I just threw up in my mouth a little bit. Oh my gosh. I love it when my body decides to just be an asshole. Like holy shit. We're gonna have to cut for the trees too. Actually, while waiting for it to smelt, we'll go ahead and just do that. We can also do this to get some more wood for electric poles, and later on, the wood is not a requirement to make electric poles, right? It'll just be resources, and the reason why that's important is because you have to chop trees down to get wood, so that's a bit of a manual aspect that we don't really want, right? We're the architect. We design the automation for making more things automated, yada yada. But like, if you want to think of it like in a kind of a way, you're the architect. That's like the best way to think of it, right? And really, the best way to learn, obviously, what best to do and all that. And really, to iterate on your designs is to obviously play the game. Because eventually you'll come up with crazier and crazier ideas that actually aren't crazy and actually work. My train thing was an example of that. Heck, I have some crazier ideas with trains than what I could do, right? Because my train system right now is a little I don't know if rudimentary is the right word. It's more conventional, traditional, right? But it's still very good, right? You know, and we're gonna actually want to get trains kind of early because I realized that well, I mean, if you look, we have a higher frequency of these materials. The iron is the most that you use. Iron is the most you'll use early on with a little bit of copper, right? And of course, coal is your fuel, right? So it's good we have 1,000,000 iron, but we're gonna burn for that quickly. Might not seem like it right now, but trust me, we're gonna burn for that pretty fast. And while I'm waiting, oh no, I'm gonna. Well, actually, while I'm waiting, let me go get some stone for the boiler. And really, the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna make enough science to get military, and maybe radar. And you see, I have the bad habit of going right to my inventory because I usually like never use this, right? And you might be noticing I'm not using my keys. It's because my keyboard's. You saw my keyboard earlier. You know, it's small as fuck, right? So I literally don't use it, which is a little limiting. But hey, you know, I like the keyboard, um, especially for coding and working and all that. My hands literally don't have to move like at all. Um, but yeah, we have enough for a boiler, and we'll need one steam engine. This is taking a little longer than me building it directly up there, but moving it down now is going to make it a lot easier. And I'd rather have it down here than have the belt go up there. Generally, because these undergrounds are kind of cheaper than the undergrounds for conveyor belts. And we also don't have that unlocked yet. Something to keep in mind. And also, while we're kind of waiting around, we're stocking up on copper, which is good. Now, if we look here, yeah, these furnaces burn at. They make specifically, if we look here, they burn a 0.31 a second. So we're going to look. So stone furnaces are like the first furnaces you'll use, and then you'll use steel furnaces, right? And we'll go ahead and we'll just look for that real quick. Look for that. I can just look it up. And we have steel furnaces, right? So the steel furnaces, we see the craft speed here. Crafting time is 3 seconds. The crafting time is 0.5 seconds. Oh, wait, that's the crafting time to make the machine. Duh. Crafting speed is 1 in this case. I always get kind of confused by this. It says crafting speed, but I'm looking not at crafting speed. I'm looking at, yeah, what's the per second production rate of iron plates, for example, right? And I can't see that. And you might be like, why do you want to know this now? Well, the steel furnaces is like a drop-in replacement component. It's the same size as a stone furnace, so you can design a stack that's for steel furnaces when you only have stone furnaces. It will produce at a reduced rate, but it's already kind of designed to be steel furnaces later on, right? And we'll probably do that for. Excuse me. We'll probably do that for our mall. Our mall being um, all of the useful components we need, like conveyor belts, inserters, assembly machines, and so on, right? And that will have a mini quote unquote bus. You know, you probably have heard that term before, but it'll be a little tiny bus. But yeah, the crafting speed is 2. So we'll see what it is. But I got a reminder on my phone. Oh. It's just reminders about stream that I already knew about. So let's take a look. I'm just looking up the rate because this one is 0.31. If we say, oh, so it produces iron plates at a rate of 0.57. Yep. In a steel furnace with a crafting speed of 2, it'll take 1.6 seconds. Wait. So the normal speed for a... This is 3 years ago, though. Is there a modern tool? Actual crap. Hey, let me, we're gonna do something, chat. One, we'll save this as a stream save. No space, right? But, we're just gonna look at mods real quick. We're 2.0. This is 8 months ago. That's most recent. Display actual craft times for assemblers, furnaces, rocket style, and more. Alright. We're gonna make this easier, chat, for ourselves. Because really, if we know the speed for a furnace crafting time, then we can know. Then we can figure out, okay, how much do we need? How many furnaces do we need to fill up an entire belt of iron plates, right? And then we could go, okay, what's it gonna be for, you know, steel furnaces? And then we could build a stack for steel furnaces and then just upgrade it later, right? It says this, don't know anything. So just. Okay. And I could do minutes, right? So yeah, the normal recipe is 3.2. And for steel, I think it's I wonder if though I could pull this up with steel without having steel unlocked is like what I'm thinking, right? Doesn't look like it. Okay. So you can see how this kind of works, right? So the recipe is 3.2 and it takes 0.31. We'll probably make a normal furnace stack and then shorten it, right? I think that's what we'll do. Anyway, having waited a little bit, we got some more steel. Or steel. We have some more iron plates. Once we get things unlocked and kind of situated, we'll break out the calculations, right? Oh, oh, it was you. Hold on, I gotta make sure. No, it was you. Trying to just clear this out. Oh no, I need to do that. I replaced just a little earlier, and it was a little weird. All right, now we have our water down here. We have enough for one boiler, although we're gonna need some more iron to get our furnace. So you can see the reason I say have alt mode on, you can see these icons without hovering over it, right? If I have alt mode off, I can hover over and see it, but alt mode on, you always see it. So the two um, ends of it are for water, and you could place these right next to each other, right? And they'll flow right between them. You can see that with the double arrow, right? But the steam is one direction; it's single direction, right? And then you would place the furnace right in the back, right? So we'll go ahead and place it just like that. Oh, and I have blueprints unlocked and stuff, and we'll definitely be using it and stuff. But you might not, if you're starting out just like now, you won't have blueprints unlocked until you unlock robots later on. That's if you're doing not just not a new save, but a new like installation, right? Like if you just start playing the game. So just keep that in mind, right? There might be a console command to be able to unlock the blueprints already if you want to. But you also don't have to really worry about making blueprints necessarily um, until you unlock robots, right? Because if you don't know, the robots later on when you unlock them, you could place down ghosts like I was, like this, right? You could place down ghosts, and the robots will fly over, pick up a boiler somewhere if it's available, and place it down for you, right? So it automates the placing of things for you. So that's how much you can automate things. We'll get some more copper. And yeah, our pollution's okay. We're more than okay. Excuse me. So we can get our first boiler here. And we have our furnace, we have our lab. And I'm actually I want to get 10 science exactly. Just like this. So I can show you how power works. And we'll start automating things after I eliminate the locals. But yeah, so currently it's making this icon because it has no power connection, right? But if I hook it up like that, then it does. And then you just bring it way over. And now it has power, right? It's nothing on the graph because there's nothing to burn, and also there's no fuel. If I go ahead and put fuel in, we see the satisfaction is met, but there's nothing to satisfy, right? But I can do this, right? Boom. There's still no satisfaction because the electricity is nothing when it's not used, right? But if I put it in, now it starts to actually function, right? The inserters, you can look at the stats. The minimum consumption is 400 watts and maximum consumption is 15 kilowatts, right? 15.1. So when the more inserters you place, even if they're not rotating, they will still use electricity, right? Anyway, I have a lot of copper. I'm going to do the meta strat, which is shotgun. Once we unlock military, right? We'll get rid of these guys, and then we'll go ahead and probably get radars. Speaking of which, I might just get that now. I think that's what I'll do. Make sure to keep your stuff filled up. Yeah, we'll We'll do it now because we're waiting for military anyway. And I can't craft the new stuff because I don't have them yet because I'm waiting for this to unlock. Looking at... Yeah, I can't unlock these, but there's some achievements we can unlock. You can see that there's mass production. Produce 1 million. There's, you know, per hour 10,000, etc., right? And that's where it becomes the end game later on once you have like everything unlocked is you're just optimizing things more to make more science. Because as we sort of saw here, you know, there's infinite science down here, right? And actually, robots. There is no infinite robot speed. There is infinite robot speed. Robot speed and cargoes. Nope. But there's infinite robot speed too. And there's logistics robots and all that, right? That's kind of later on. We're going to need to get green and blue with red, and we don't even have red. So it's going to take a little bit, right? Almost to 20. All right. We'll craft that now as we're waiting, and then we'll make shotgun, shotgun ammo, submachine gun, assault rifle, whatever, with some ammo. But mainly I'm going to be using the shotgun because that's really good early on. Actually, we'll save our game. Yeah, this stats is really nice because you can just get the exact amount very quickly, right? So we'll be able to figure out what we'll need for a furnace stack pretty easily, right? And while you're waiting for things to, you know, craft, you might as well put them in right now, right? Instead of, don't wait for the whole batch to be done that you're making, you know, when you're early on like this, just go ahead and just put it in, right? And also, let me get rid of these trees here. All right. Now, after radars, we're going to want the automation, of course, right? We don't need gun turrets right now. Fast inserters might not be bad to get, you know, potentially, but I'm probably going to... I want to start the mall and then start science, I think. I think that would be ideal. We don't need to worry about necessarily... Well, it might be better to automate science now, and then we'll automate the production of like conveyor belts and inserters and other things. And it's because while we're building that production, we can start unlocking all the early technologies, right? I think that's a good idea. Now I need a shotgun. He's 25 iron. Let me go drop off the science. Oh, actually. One more. Alright. Get our shotgun. SMG takes 30. Ugh. See, I thankfully have a lot of copper because the ammo for, you know, that takes copper, right? All right, we'll get our radar, and once we get our radar, we'll build it too and place it down, right? And remember the clicking thing I mentioned, like click and hold on the electric pole that's placed down already, and walk, and it'll place it at max distance, right? You'll get a bunch of tips and tricks also, like all this shit here, as you play. So something to just keep in mind. And you switch weapons with tab also. Like that. I might not even bother with like the SMG. Speaking of which, some people might be like, hey, why don't you get more of this? That might not be a bad idea. Might as well. So we'll automate copper, iron. Stone will kind of come later. Stone will be useful once we get steel furnaces, right? Because we'll actually need stone bricks, and we'll need to smelt stone into stone bricks, right? Actually, I'm about to finish this node. I just realized. That's gone now. I'll get enough for 2, actually. Copper, I don't need to worry about. I need to worry about iron. So we'll make 2 more furnaces, and then we'll make 2 more burners. Hello? Oh. Me making the burners use my furnaces, I mean. Alright, there we go. And let's get some more coal. We'll unlock electric mining drills. So we won't need to fuel the drills as well. That's an important thing. Okay. Radar takes 25. I do want it now. Put it down now. Unlock more of the map now than later. And of course, there's also lights we can get, right? But honestly, that's more for decoration than actually useful shit. But anyway, place this down, and then this is constantly in use now, right? The consumption is 300 kilowatts. So if you place a lot of these, it'll take a bit of power, all of them. But you can see the scanning progress. We'll wait for that to go to max. And if I look at the map here, you see it uncovered 1 square right here, right? So that's what the radar does. And there's a max range it has, right? Just to keep in mind. So you'll have to place more radars further out. Now, yeah, making these was a good idea. Let's get the copper, right? Make sure to keep it going. We'll just split. The pistol's kind of shit. It's just like no point in using it. You know, I'm also crafting ammo. We can also automate the production of ammo as well. Keep in mind. One more in that. Okay. We'll save. Kind of just gonna YOLO it in. We'll see what happens. I do have my armor as well, though, so that's good. I also forgot I don't have fish. Fish heal you. But you see, it does a lot of damage for... Ooh. But also the worm does like a lot of damage. Am I gonna do this with no... Oh, we can see there's another copper node out here already. Fucking hell. It's not really that far. Oh, he's firing at me. Whoopsie. Hey, I saved for a reason, guys. Let me go get fish. Forgot about fish. Yeah, early game you have like nothing, so um but yeah, there's a copper node literally right there. So we don't have to really worry about um yeah, you can just eat the fish and it'll give you back health. The funny part is too is one of the AI controller things, like you'll see it's late. It's like very end of the game. Um, you need to use a fish as the brain of the AI, which is really stupid. Um, I really want to get to fucking actually making shit, because holy shit. No problem then. So I can do boop. Yeah, we're good. The worm's really annoying now. I'll just hold the fish, yeah. See, I'm smart at Factorio, but not exactly combat. I think I'm just gonna do it. Now, alerting them and aggroing them does make them evolve, but it's better to get rid of these guys now because they're so close. Alright, now we're done. But yeah, there's a huge copper node. That's 8 million. That's not that far, though. I was hoping it would be farther. I mean, I guess that's making up for the low amount of copper right here, right? Well, I don't have to worry about copper anytime soon, really. Alright. Now I want to automate research. So I'm going to do a few things here. I got 10 and 25 on that. I am going to want electric drills, so yeah, we'll let's go ahead and make that, right? So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. And we'll make, well, I don't have it. Well, actually, we'll figure out sort of the smelting capacity of the drills here. So one is 0.31 a second, right? So let's go back to drawing here. All right. Let's get rid of all of this. Okay. So as we described earlier, you know, one conveyor belt. That's shit. One conveyor belt. It has two different sides to it, right? You got a left, you got, yeah, for example, you have a left, and then you have a right side, right? Now the speed of the conveyor as a whole is 15, right? It's 15 per second. Yeah. So now, but that's the whole belt, both sides, right? Something to keep in mind. So left and right in this case would be 7.5, right? For left and right, right? Oh wow, that's terrible. I am drawing with my mouse, yes. I'll probably go ahead and get a drawing tablet, maybe actually, just to make this a lot easier. But so we're looking for 7.5 per second, right? So we'll go ahead and we'll get this. In fact, can I? I might look and see too how to adjust the size of the eraser by default, right? So I can get rid of this quicker. Or actually, does it stay like this if I go? Yep. I'm just an idiot. All right. So now, looking at our Factorio system here, one furnace makes 0.31 a second, right? And we need 7.5, right? So if we just divide that 7.5 by 0.31, we can get how many furnaces we need for just one side of the conveyor, which would be, left side or right side, right? Oh my gosh. Or right side, right? So let's let me calculate that real quick. And the reason I'm doing that is we'll probably have a conveyor like this, right? And then we'll have rows of furnaces like here, right? On one side and on the other. And then it will deposit on the conveyor, right? And so us calculating just half of it is calculating one side of it. So we'll have to duplicate it twice, right? No, it's just a bit simpler. So 7.5 divided by 0.31 a second. So that would be 24.1 furnaces. So in this case, it's really just, oh my gosh, we're going to need 25. Ooh. 25, furnaces, right? Right. So in total, we're going to need wow, that cough was really bad. We're going to need 25 furnaces, right? Is my stream on Steam dead? What's happening? Automatically generate a vertical crop version for short speed. No. But anyway. Let us return back. Oh, and we have all our research ready. Oh, but I need coal here. Actually, one of the things we'll probably automate very much immediately is our furnace, right? Yeah, I need to remember to mute my microphone when I cough. That was really bad, though. I might get I might have some of my water. Hold on. Let me do that real quick. Oh, our copper is completely gone. We'll just move it up like this, so. I'm also running low on coal. This is why I need to start automating all this shit. Like, I literally use all of it. Oh my gosh. At least we're getting a lot, but that's about it. Now I can start making some of the conveyors, right? I can show them off. Now place them down here. As you see, I can just go to my toolbar to get it, right? So conveyors go like this. And as I said before, they have two sides to them, so I'll show you that, right? Trying to just inch my way through the forest here. And we got our assembly machines, that's good. Alright. I'm not going to make a burner. I'm going to make one assembly machine. And why am I making that? Well, when we have a full side of iron, in this case, we're going to want to see how many can we support? How many assembly machines can we support, right? Because if we look here, it's 2 iron, 1 copper, right? So actually, we'll need half the stack, really, if we think about it, for copper, right? Because when I click on this copper machine here, we got 3.1, or 1, oh my gosh, 0.31, excuse me. So anyway, so it needs 0.1 a second for iron gears, so we'll need to automate that into iron gears, but it needs 0.1 a second for copper. Once we figure out how many we'll need for, on that iron, right, we'll see how much copper we need. It's going to be half, right? Because the gear takes 2. In this case, we need 1. Or when the gears take 2 plates, but the science packs need 1 copper plate. So, but since we need 25 stone furnaces, right? Now, from what I looked, the steel is 0.5. That top of that 5 is too long. 0.57, right? So we'll do 5 divided by 0.57. We'll look at that. And we'll see what it would be, right? So now in this case, it's 13.1 or 14 furnaces. I might do that if my calculation's right? I think we'll do that. We'll judge it based on that, but it's not going to produce at that rate immediately. So, yeah, we'll do that, right? And cause, let's see. Let's get 2 furnaces. So, it takes 2 a second per 1. Okay. A message. No. So this takes 2 a second. This takes 0.1 a second. Okay. Now, if we have 7.5 per second. So, all right. Yeah, I forgot I didn't switch back to my scene. I need a macro. I need to set the macro pad and maybe do that. Just make it quicker. So, the lab machines. So, we'll just do like lab here. The lab production, or the science pack production, we takes 0.1 gears, right? Holy shit, it's bad. 0.1 gears. The assembly machine for gears takes 2 plates to make 1 gear per second, right? So if we do that, and we're making 7.5 plates per second. So how many gears would that be, right? Really, this is a fraction. It's 2 over 1, so if we have 7.5 here, let's see here. I haven't done this math in a hot minute. If you were making 8 a second, then it would be 4 a second. So, oh, really? It's divided by 2. So in this case, if we have that, we're making 3.75 gears per second, right? Which means if we have 0.1 gears like over here, right? It means we can do 3.75 gears per second divided by 0.1. Oh. 3.75 divided by 0.1. Thus we get 37.5 per second lab machines, right? Which really would be 38, right? That's one side. That's a lot. So really what we'll do is we'll probably do half of that. But anyway, before I forget, we're going to switch back to my scene. So, we need 14 furnaces on each side if we were doing steel, so we'll do that, right? And speaking of which, before I do anything, let's make one electric drill right here. Yes, we'll fuel them. That's about it. But, so you place a drill down like this, right? And actually, let me get rid of the trees right here. I like trying to have my electric poles be nice and clean, right? Without really any obstructions. Oh, and we can get our inserter here. We'll have it be like that so we can touch our inserter to place it in. I'll move it. Now it's operating. So as I described, there's 2 sides to the conveyor, so this is just dropping out one side, right? So when we have our furnace stack, we'll have a split, have the conveyor split. One side will be coal for fuel, and one side will be the ore that we're smelting, right? But now this is automatically being fueled, right? So now I don't have to even worry about that. Anyway, we'll bring our stack up, and I think I'm going to make the stacks up, like above the patch, right? We'll go up here, right? Speaking of which, I'm probably going to want another furnace, and I'm going to want a chest. Because I'm going to be using a lot of furnaces, we're probably going to want... So... And you notice here, if we bring up a ghost, right? This guy just covers this 2x2 area, right? But the electric drill, while being 3x3, it actually covers a mining area of 5.5. Or 5x5, excuse me. You can see that. It says 5.5 on the side, where the mining area of this is 2.2. So, we'll go ahead and do that. And with the chests for storage, you have a limiter, right? So you can limit it to 4 stacks, for instance, and it will only fill up the 4. It won't fill up the whole chest. And it's useful if you don't want to have extra materials lying around, and you want, especially useful in the mall, you want like 2 stacks of conveyor belts, not 20, right? Especially because you want the bus will be like not utilized, but underpowered, let's put it that way. So anyway, let's go ahead and make our stack, right? And we'll use ghosts to sort of design it out, right? So we'll do, remember, we're doing a steel stack, so we'll upgrade the steel later, right? So it'll be 14 on each side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And with the blueprints, I can just kind of, well, actually, we'll have our, I have to think. Well, if we're going to design this perfectly for the, I'll do the bring back, right? So what we'll do is in the middle, and let me copy this over here. So I can copy it like that. So that, the middle will have our output, right? So let's see here. I'll just place that down. So we'll have we'll have inserters that will go like this, right? And actually, we'll go ahead and copy that. So the inserters, let's see. The way, how can I describe this? The inserters, okay, so there's two sides to the conveyor, right? So if we have, you know, thing like this, we have this and this, right? The inserter will go ahead and, like, which side does it grab when it's, like, going like this, right? In fact, let's let's draw. Probably gonna be a bit easier for us, right? So the conveyor belt, we'll just draw it like this. All right, and then this is your left, and this is your right, okay? So you have one inserter here that's gonna be grabbing from this conveyor belt and placing it over here on this one, right? So which side does it grab from, right? The side, it doesn't grab from the closest side. You know, so if the conveyor belt's on the right side of the conveyor, it won't grab from the right side, right? It grabs from the farthest side first, right? That is, of course, if there's materials on both sides, right? It'll grab from the furthest side first. So if both sides here, ugh, oh, both sides here, I don't want opacity lower. Oop, oh my gosh. There you go. Both sides have like plates or iron ore, for example, that's being grabbed. It'll grab from this side first, right? It'll grab from the left side in this case, right? And where it would deposit material onto another belt would be on the farthest side as well. So in this case, on the receiving end, it would be on the right side, right? And we'll test to make sure I'm not talking out of my ass. Really quick, right? And let's see here. Yeah, so it will grab from this case, it will grab from left side, then drop on right. At least that's what I remember. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna check if I'm talking complete bullshit. Where's the, okay, let's take a look here. So I'll just have this belt here, this belt here, and we'll confirm that I'm correct. Oh shit. Place the insert like this. I forgot. Or I forgot what my key is to drop. There, you can drop items. I forgot what key I did because I have this weird ass fucking. Drop item is Z. Okay. So I have items here. See, it drops on the farthest side, right? Now, saw how it went pretty quick. If I fill it, but we go like this, watch. It grabs from the near side. That makes more logical sense. And then from the farthest. I always forget which side it grabs from first, mainly because it's kind of split system usually. But it always deposits on the farther side. So grabs from the right nearest to the farthest. So in this case, right to right, left to left, right? So with that in mind, go to our furnace stack here. Oh, I need to switch my thing back. If we go back to our furnace stack here, right? Just when I got rid of that. This side will deposit onto the right. So the left side will deposit on the right side, and the right side would deposit on the left side of the conveyor, right? And that's why we're splitting it on each side, so it fills each side evenly, right? Now, for our input side. Oh, okay. Where's I see? We have 2 inputs, right? And actually, we can copy over the input here, paste and rotate and paste. So let's see. One side of this will be coal, preferably the outer side. Doesn't really matter though. And the inner side, or the other side, would be ore. In this case, I'm doing iron, and this specific example here. But anyway, let's span out that. And now we're gonna need input, right? And we don't have splitters, actually. I think that would be good to do now. We'll go ahead and do that. It's also so we can have underground too. So we'll have like 1 input up here. But when we do this, it's not actually the input is this, right? Not that side. So it all goes, and we do that so it all goes on one side, right? That's so we can get the coal over, right? No. And now we can get over here, put our coal down. And really, we can actually split this to be both, right? Oh, wait, I need to put the research in. But us automating research now will unlock the technologies significantly quicker. And looking at our pollution, we're fine. But you see, the radar also uncovered new bases that were in this region as well, right? Or actually, I think this probably was away from us. But even then, uncovered new bases for us, right? So there's the continuous coverage distance. The continuous coverage distance is like, you see how this area is lighter and this area is darker? If I zoom in, I can actually see exactly what's going on. But if I go away, I can't. That's the continuous coverage area. The exploration coverage distance is how far out it'll actually like cover out new nodes like this. You can kind of see it's doing it right now. Heck, for a distance, simple example, you can actually see what's going on there for just a brief second with continuous coverage, and it goes away. So, anyway. So, I know we have both our things here, but we're actually gonna get rid of this. Because I want to hook up like that. And this new furnace stack, we'll probably use it for making some stuff, maybe. Automating it, like belts, maybe. I also might not. Not sure yet. So again, what we're going to do is we're going to do this. This is our actual input. Actually, one on this side. Well, or on the left side for both of them, because it'll be... So we'll split here, we'll go underground here, like that. Alright, I don't have it unlocked yet. That's why. But anyway. Now we just need to make the thing. Let me get all the iron that we have. Remember to control click to get resources out. Just kind of placing it randomly down, because once I get this going, especially once I get the furnace going, I can store some of that plates just so I can use it, right? Now we're just kind of placing everything. Actually, I want to get the copper too. We're gonna need a lot of inserters. And for the copper one, we're gonna want half of this exactly, right? Oh, man. And let's see here. Gotta place all of them. Gonna need more. So once we get this stack going, I'll make the copper stack. I'll have to calculate the amount of furnaces I'll need as well for that. Just keep in mind. Almost have logistics unlocked, so I can place the blueprints that I need. But with this early game setup, we'll be able to... I'm almost thinking of going out, so down again. No, we'll flip it. Because this won't get any bigger, right? Because I calculated for steel, not stone, right? I need more. Up, and we got it. Alright, and next one... It doesn't really matter right now. We'll finish this first, but... Let me put my underground here, and then my splitter. So I can do the underground like this, and then I can do splitter like that. So coal will come in like this. Half of it's going to go on our first line, on our right half. Then the other half will split, go in this underground to go under the belt, and then it will go on this side, right? And then ore will be on the left side, and coal will be on the right for both the left and right side just for consistency. Alright. Speaking of which, get that now, get that now. I'll probably get the coal up now. Fuel it now. Speaking of which, I need more of that too. But yeah, so if you're playing for the game for the first time, you won't have blueprints unlocked, unfortunately. Which honestly kind of sucks, actually. I'm gonna be real, chat. Because you fucking... The blueprints are very nice to plan, as you can kind of see. Place this and this. Then we got more bells. We need more. Well, we got more poles. I need more belts. So I want to get the coal set up first, show it fueling, as well as to demonstrate the process a little bit more too. And actually, we'll go ahead and we'll go and power the base now. So you have to be a little bit. These poles are kind of ass, so you have to be kind of shit with them, like that. And then actually, what we'll do is we'll do again. Heck, we'll just go. We'll copy that side, right? Oh my gosh. Alright, now you can see. It's a lot of overlapping, as you see here. Just is what it is with these shitty poles. Alright. Now I have more builds. I'm going to make more builds again. But the stack is getting built slowly but surely. And what do you know? Coal can now be connected. And in fact, we're going to do that right now. I don't have the iron for it. God damn it. Let's take a look here. Alright, now we do. Put it like that. Or, well, you're touching, yep. Put it perfectly like that. Alright, right? Boop, boop. And now coal is set up. And hooked up. And actually, this stack is almost ready to go, guys. Really close, actually. Just need some more down here. Need, like, I'll probably have a pair of each on each side. And so you can now see how the times up at the top are kind of being shown. You can see a very detailed breakdown with that, but I like keeping it a little more flush like this. Now you can see the splitter at work. Some of it's going on this side, some of it's going on that side, right? And it's all going on this right side, so the ore will all go on the other side. Did I get? No, yeah, I did. Piece out of fuel. But I won't need this too long now. So we'll hook up each end, and the reason I do it like this is so that all the ore goes on the left side. So it's just a cheap way to kind of do it. Okay, I'll get a ghost of this just to kind of plan it. Do that and that. Do that and that. And you can see it's starting to fuel up over here. Actually, just to make things simpler. And we'll make an iron chest. So we'll basically put all the output into the chest for now, just to make it easier for us to build, you know. And then we'll make, right next to it, we'll make the copper stack with like maybe a two gap, right? So we'll place the chest down, and I just want like a 4 stack limit on this, right? Slowly filling up with fuel. Might need more coal miners to get all of it. So we set up half of the array really needed for enough production, you know, of the ore needed to sort, or the plates needed to actually make it correctly, right? And now they're set up. Let's look at our power. It's not good. Let's fix that real quick. And then we'll go look at the furnace stack. We'll add our second one. In fact, we'll do a whole nother burner as well. I'll get rid of all of this, actually. Now it's at, see, this is the production, and this is satisfaction, right? I want to go down like this. So. All right, now we got plenty of power. And speaking of which, let's put the lab down like here. Put the radar down back like here. All right, and I have like no defenses set up, but we're looking pretty good. I don't need to worry about it for the current time being. But let's go check on the smelting array. So you see how we've got ore on one side and fuel on the other, and I think I'm gonna need more fuel, right? I think that's the case, but you see now we got a lot of iron coming in. So I can get rid of the burners we have down there. And we'll actually spread it out like this for the heck of it. And that's because I'm lazy and I don't want to move it. Oh my gosh. Alright, now we got more coal setup. Alright. We have it producing at a steady rate. I might want fast inserters now. Because you see how slow these are, right? But I think we'll focus on production first, right? So let's go back to what we previously working on, right? Actually, let me let me recalculate. Right, so we need gears, right? 2 plates a second for 1 gear, and we need 38 machines of these, right? 38 machines means we need 38. So remember, we need 38 machines based on our iron, right? So we're going to calculate how much we need for copper, right? Because it's not going to be the same, right? 2 plates is for 1 science pack, so we'll need 1 copper plate for it instead. So it'd be basically half, right? But we're just gonna do this anyway. So we're gonna make 38. We'll say psi, or 38 psi machines, right? Actually, that's probably a better idea. So. Yeah, we need 38 machines, right? So 38 times 0.1 is obviously 3.8, right? So yeah, so yeah, it's funny. I had to look at that. Man, I can't do mental math anymore. So we need 3.8 per second, right? And let me. So we have 2 plates a second per 1 for 1 gear. Okay. And each science pack is 0.1 gear a second. Okay. Or yeah, it's 0.1 gear. Wait, 0.1 gear a second. So if it's 0.1 gear a second and we have 7.5 a second, and we can have 38 of these machines. And that actually makes sense because the production speed is slow on these, right? Okay. So we need exactly half. So instead of 14 on one side, we'll have 7, right? Doing that, we'll have enough copper, right? Now we have to keep in mind that this is with steel furnaces, right? Now that being the case, right? With that being the case, we'll need to keep in mind that I'll put this down like over here. In fact, we're just gonna literally copy the whole stack. So you see, this has 28. We're gonna want 14. So this 14. Yeah. And boom, copper. We'll put like that, right? Oh, what do you know? I have 14 furnaces. How convenient. I know I need some iron. Well, guess what? I got a lot here. You can already see how the automation of things happens pretty quickly, right? So once we get our copper set up, we'll actually go ahead and make the array for the red science packs, right? And we'll have it move up too, right? Because we know this is an efficient layout, right? At least I say efficient, but in this early game it is, right? And how we need more inserts. I might get a drawing tablet though to make it a bit easier for me to draw with Krita, right? I will admit this early game is a little more boring than later game. But once we get like trains and some other stuff, we can start really doing some crazy shit. Alright, we got enough. It's gonna be the same deal, really. Now the thing is that when we have copper and iron on both sides like this, we. Oh my god! Excuse me. Let's fuck it. I know we haven't really set it like hooked it, but we'll not worry about that part, right? We'll actually just start the stack for the red signs. So here's the deal, right? It's gonna have one input, one output, or one input, one output. It's gonna have two inputs and an output, right? So in this case, iron would be like on this side, for example, and copper would be on this side, let's just say. And actually, that's probably not a bad idea. And then the way let me get this. We have our long-handed inserter, right? So he doesn't take from the adjacent tiles, he does one tile further on both sides, right? So we can have our output be really like this, and that would come back, right? So this would be like, oh, I'm putting that wrong. So it would be like this, right? Now remember what I said, it takes from the nearest side. And really that means that, are all of them going to be used? Not necessarily until you actually have enough machines, right? So let's see. Problem with the assembly machine, one, it has a crafting speed of 0.5, meaning that right now it's 1.1, excuse me. So if we look at our assembly machine 2s here, they have a crafting speed of 0.75, which is actually yucky. So it's 0.5 right now, and then after that, let's try to look way down here. There's assembly machine 3, I know, which is way ahead, but that's a crafting speed of 1.25. Okay, so let's see here. So really, if it's 0.75 and we have 0.5, really, it's a 50% increase, right? 0.25 increase on 0.5 is a 50% increase in speed. So instead of production, instead of it being taking 0.1, it's going to take 0.15. Okay. So it's going to take, instead of 0.1, so it's going to take actually 0.15 per second. Okay. Then we have 15 iron plates. Ooh, that's a bad P. We have 15 iron plates per second. We divide that by our 0.15 times 2, because it's 2 plates per thing, right? So the consumption is double for the iron, right? So in this case, we do 15 divided by 0.15 divided by 2. Oh, no, 0.1 times 2. Now this is total. This is total, right? So it's 50 machines it can support total, but divide by that by 2, it's 25. And that's for assembly machine 2. Okay. So we need 25 of these. Or excuse me, we need 50 of these. That's a lot. Now having 50 of these it would make 0.15 a second, right? Same deal here. Make 0.15 a second times 50. This is a second. Okay, per second. Right. That would make 7.5 red science per second. Per minute. That's 450. Now that might be like, that might be a little extreme there. Yes. But fuck it. We'll do it. Now, the only concern really is not the assembly machines. It's the assembly machines and picking up space, right? So we have our splitters, right? So like we can do. I'll make a few of these. We have our arm plate output, right? We split them into stacks of 4. Well, we want an even number, right? So we have 50 machines. We need like even number, right? So you can have 5 sets of 10 or 10 sets of 5. I think that's a much better idea. Okay. Well, no, we can do that. That's actually perfectly fine. So, I remember what I copied done. I didn't make a blueprint of that, right? Yeah. So, actually, let me cut this. Might be like, what? Why? So we can flush it perfectly up on the side. Oh, right. So used to having robots. See these red X's, they would actually pick these up and deconstruct them for you, right? And we'll get that later. Remember, this is our output. Our this conveyor belt that leads back is the science, right? From the production, right? Actually, I'm cutting this again. I lied. So we'll do this, and then, right, remember, this will be our copper. We're gonna need a lot of space to evenly distribute 10 of them, really. So if we, let's just move this out like here. Okay. Let's get our splitters, right? So we think of this as 1 split into 2 like that. So that's 1 to 4. Okay. Actually, I think I'm overcomplicating this. Let's see what 50 looks like. I could divide it by 2 sets of 25. Right, I think that's actually a much better idea. So let's be 5, so we need 10, 15, 20, 25. Then this would be the other side, 30, 31, or this would be 45, and this would be 50, right? And we can go ahead and make sure that's true, because we can just zoom out like that, and it is, right? And you might be like, that's a fuck ton of things, man. What are you doing? And I'll be like, no, don't worry about it. Speaking of which, for copying it, we should probably do that and that. So that would power both of those. Likewise, we do that and that. That would power both of those. We do that and that. Okay. And now I copy it. Yeah. So this would be 10, 15, 25, 20, and then 25. Then 30, 35. Just realized I haven't been on my gaming thing at all this whole time, chat. Ha 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 ha. Oh my gosh. And this is something I remember. Oof. I think that is something I'll do. I'll put that in my stream notes now. I'll recap what I did, because I just realized I haven't been talking this whole time. And complete nothing. Let's go ahead and set up Moonlander macros for scene switching. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. Make it easier to remember for myself. But we'll go ahead and do copper. So we'll have copper be on this left side, right? So the copper is right here for the second one. And then I need my gears, but I don't have my gears. So we're just going to pretend I do. Alright. So gears, remember, would be right here. Split up like that. Boom. And actually, speaking of which, I probably should make the gear production. So we have 15 plates a second, remember. That's the amount we have. So if we have 15 and it takes, let's see here. So it takes 2 a second, right? So, oh. So we need 7.5, but you can't have 7.5, so we'll have 8. Speaking of which, we're just gonna put it right here, right at the top. We'll probably bring it back. Gears. And again, I'll just make the blueprint like I am now, so I can just copy it. Need you and you and you and you. And then I'm gonna need belt, that, yeah, that, and that. That, and that. So this would make our gears that we need. Speaking of which, I'm literally just gonna. Oh. Speaking of which, boop, give me that. That. Oh, I need 6 machines. And I need some more inserters. And I need a lot more mining, but we're not gonna worry about that part. And actually, I'm gonna, real quick, we want fast inserters, we want steel, we want you. We're gonna want repair packs, we're gonna want walls, we're gonna want lights for the fuck of it, and then we're gonna want gun turrets, right? Okay. Now I'm gonna need to up the power quite a bit. Down here, we're gonna need quite a bit more power. We're gonna need a lot more coal flowing through, and we're gonna want to set up more miners here too. And then I'll hook it up, right? Oh, and I'll need a lab system probably down here to process the things quickly. Speaking of which, let's just look. So, oh fuck, process it 0.07 a second. That's kind of bad, right? Because we have 450 coming in a second, or 450. Now we have We have 7.5 a second, excuse me, and that per minute is 450. So, yes, so 7.5 a second divided by 0.07 labs. Ooh, yeah, that's like a lot of labs. That's a few. That's a few, chat. By a few, I mean a lot. Literally like 100 and something labs. But, hey. Look, it's totally worth it, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. Speaking of which, I'm just gonna get rid of these. actually need them. And you see it's already working. I feel like this save file is going to be me going extremely big for like no reason. Just gonna do that. We will have a very large production of red science early though, which will be good. But yeah, do you need to go to overkill? No. No, you don't. But we will have this here at the beginning, which will be good. And we don't really have to move it too. We can just move everything else sort of late game. You can just kind of belt or train the stuff in, right? I'll probably have to go ahead and chop down these trees later. Oh yeah, it's connected. All right. Oh yeah, I need coal over here. I can use the same coal one. Yeah, who cares? Oh, yeah, on the other side. Whoops. I'm gonna try to keep things consistent. Have them all on the same side. And let's see. So that's one. Wait, I'm probably gonna want it. Gonna want it on the other side for copper because it's flushed right up against the vein. Likewise, we'll bring this over here. And actually, right, we're gonna do what? Left side. Okay. All right, there we go. Actually, yeah, there we go. So I'm just gonna kind of just go on the edge right here. All right, and we can go like that. And then what we would do is we would just split off of this. Speaking of which, I need to do that now. I don't have copper. Oh yeah, I burned all of it. Oh, I don't have iron. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Do. Yeah, I got a lot of labs being made. Holy shit. Oh, I did make all the labs I could possibly make. This is going to up pollution production significantly, of course, also. Got to keep that in mind. And let's see. So we'll go ahead and build this whole system here. And we'll hook up our... Well, we'll probably... The inputs are right here, so I'll probably build here and then build here and then leave this like little gap here so it doesn't actually go through. Because I don't want it to turn on, right? Yeah, I want to hook up this splitter now because coal is being used, of course. Now, is the coal going to be able to support it? I don't know. I have no idea. And after this, we'll probably... Honestly, we'll probably split off of these two stacks, maybe. Or we'll probably just copy both of the stacks, right? And once I do that, then we can make our bus of materials. I feel almost like I should do it now. Right? Like, I have this bus set up, but I can probably just copy it over. Or we'll have to get rid of all this stuff. That's the problem. Okay, fuck it. I'll do that. For the most part. Okay. Place like that. Notice that there's a lot of shit in the way. So if you hold right click after you deconstruct a tree, you won't deconstruct the other stuff. So you can just get rid of the trees that are all in the way, which are all X'd. And we can also leave the ones that are actually okay, apparently. In, like, the middle. But just don't let go of right click. Because you don't want to get rid of the blueprints by accident. Yeah, that's all of them. Oh, well, not really. Okay. Now we have to build this whole thing. Fuck. No. I kind of want to get this copper set up, though. That might be a better idea. Yeah. That would be a better idea. Then we could build our bus setup, right? A lot of people are gonna be like, "This is actually like so overkill," and 100% is. Go big or go home, though. I mean, you know. Let me place down these first. Alright, and copper set. No, I don't need to make that at all. Get that, get one chest in here, limited to 4. And alright. And we'll get 2 of you each. Then we'll build this one. Then we'll hook up that one. And then we'll make our bus kind of like out like here-ish, right? Like right here. Because the science array is gonna take so much resources. We're gonna go ahead and use them to kind of get some materials to make a bus, and then make this big boy over here. Speaking of which, I'm gonna paste my labs down, like over here, just so we have the array sort of here already. This is hardly close to the amount of labs we'll actually need to fulfill the demand from this behemoth, but it'll happen. Alright. I need all the furnaces. All the furnaces imaginable. Definitely build it out here though, because we can get rid of this shit. Or get out of this fucking tree shit. It's funny though, I can keep so many of the trees just here. I am just short. Okay. Next we'll do the conveyors. And also inserts. And when I do, I might want to do fast inserters now, come to think of it. Because we can replace all of these with fast ones. Because once we set up the bus with fast inserters, we'll have a chest with priority to put old, slow inserters in. Because when we replace these inserters here, we'll get back the old inserter, and we want to kind of put that back in to the quote-unquote production, right? Literally, this early game gets kind of slowish, mainly because you're not, you have to manually craft everything. That's why I want to make them all, because if we make them all, then we don't have to do any of that. Ideally, we want to make it so we don't have to wait at all. That's why we're really having a huge production line for the mall, so we don't have to really wait at all. Okay. Actually, well, no. Also, I'm waiting, even though I have, I have the conveyor belts already. Like, what the fuck am I doing? Oh. Although, joke's on you, because I need more, I need more conveyor belts. We'll place the inserters down now. If we had robots, they would just build this for me. Yeah, it's right there. But it's really goofy. Conveyors are done, but not the inserters. scratch pad. And I'll show the way the bus is gonna work, right? There's like so much shit here, man. So this is copper and this will be iron, right? And we'll just kind of shimmy it over, right? Oh yeah, I forgot about these inserters over here. Bugger. Well, not anymore. Oh my gosh. I might just diagram this out while we wait. Like, holy shit. Let me... Again, this is why we want them all. Alright. Let's go ahead and... Alright. So the way that the mall will work, so we currently have... two materials, right? We got iron and we got copper, right? So we'll have one... Oh, shit. One lane of copper, one lane of iron, right? And actually, we'll try this like this just for consistency here. All right, so over here, machines, there will be machines, right? So we'll have like one right here for like, I don't know, gears, right, or whatever. So we'll split off one, for example, and if it needs the other one, we'll split off of that and go under, and then we can go in, right? Man, that's a terrible arrow. Let's fix that. Alright, so they'll insert here and then they'll exit out here into like a chest, right? That's how it generally works, right? And I keep all of the machinery on this side, right? The reason for that is that when we get more materials like stone bricks, you can just add them on this side, right? Just add more, right? You don't need to worry about how you're going to scale the mall with more materials, like steel also, like that's also another example, right? You won't have to worry about scaling it because all your machinery is on one side and not both sides. If it was on both sides, it'd be kind of... You would have machine like let's look on this side. Like if I add another line in, I have to somehow kind of shimmy it under or some shit. It's a little weird. So I'll keep it usually free, right? This will be like free space for more things, and this will be machinery space for building conveyors, inserters, electric mining drills, labs, anything, right? Kind of lazy bastard mindset where you need everything to be made by assembly machines, right? Because you can't make anything manually. This is sort of the mindset with this: is you want everything to kind of be made in there, right? Yeah, and you can also see that it's not a lot of production on that, but we'll worry about that later. The ore patch here might also not be enough, right? You might have another iron one semi close by enough to melt in. So we might do that, chat. Okay. And in fact, let's take a look, right? I see a lot of coal way down there. There might be iron close by, I'm not sure. And speaking of which, do I have enough? Nope. Now I do. Put a lab like right here. No. Put a lab like on this end right here. Give ourselves more coverage up to the northwest area instead of the southeast. Alright, now we gotta hook up our power. I got a lot of poles here to work with. Alright, I put it like that. Let me keep an eye on the time. It's already one. It's already one! No! This is exactly what happens at fucking Factorio. I'm so pissed. Alright, I might run over like a little bit. Which I do. I want the mall set up. We'll set up the mall and then research can come later. I like changed my mind like multiple times this stream. That's usually what happens with Factorio. Okay, got power. I'm gonna split the coal off right here. Speaking of which, let's just make it now. We'll split the coal off, move it out, move it over, right? Since we're not using this now, I'm gonna actually like take the iron, put it up there. And I'll hook it. I'll hook it. Well, no. Hold on. Let's okay. One at a time here. One issue at a time. Right. Whoopsie. I have this thing here. Oh, that's 2, that's 1. I switched it by accident? Like, what have I been doing? Alright. Put it like this. Center. Oh my gosh. Alright, now we got our coal over. Now I need 2 iron patches here. Again. Probably put one right in here. That's what I'm thinking. But it's actually gonna go like that. Alright. And this is our, oh, that's a perfect line right there. Alright. Now that we have our coal over here, we can just hook it, right? Put a splitter. And then, oh man, there's a lot of trees in the way. Then we can just hook, why are you doing that? Oh. That's in the way. That's also in the way. We can hook up the coal to that one. Okay. And then we got iron. I'm planning on going like way over. Hold on. I gotta think here. We're going left. This will also be left because it needs to enter on the right. Boom. All right. That's our iron. So I actually we'll do the iron and then we'll hook copper after we set up automated belts. Because we could do that for underground and transport, but not splitters. Because splitters will require some copper to work with. Oh, I need to take all the conveyors. And I need ghost. Look all the way up. And then I need I need more belts. Belts, belts, belts. So many belts. Oops, all belts now. We'll get fast inserters, probably research potentially. So then I could set up fast inserter production at the mall as well. When you're holding something, you can press backspace to place it. It goes to it as well. I always just use control. Alright. I need one of you and you. Might as well do that now. And I also need another one of you. Alright, we got half of it going. And the other half actually happened really quick here. There we go. Now we got our first part. Remember, this is designed for steel furnaces, not stone. So we don't have to worry about expanding it because it is already at max, right? Alright. Here's what we'll do. I want to go all the way down to the end of the line, as it were. And we'll cut all the way out. And that's sort of how it's gonna go, right? For like the bus. And then like the copper, it would be 2 away like that. And then another line would go like that. And then that. And then if we split, we could just split off like this. And then if we need to jump, we just go like that, right? Well, there's a tree in the way, but you understand the point. Alright? So that's how the bus works, right? And with that, we can make shit. It's basically to make a easily, like, it's to make a system where you can add on more things that you need easily. It's a very scalable solution, right? Now, it can only do so much, right? You're handling full belts of material, right? Eventually, once you get, like, you know, red shit, that's when, you know, the amount of iron gets a little high, right? In fact, we can even check it right now. You know, one underground takes 100, you know, 100 belts, right? So, like for fast underground, it's like ridiculous, right? And fast splitter takes 46. And in comparison to our current ones, where that takes 17 and that takes 16, right? I mean, it's a huge difference, right? Anyway. Oh, right. I need I never added assembly machines down here. So, you, and you. So what we're going to make is we're going to make transport belts. We're going to have gear on both sides. Alright? So it takes 2 a second. So it takes 1 gear a second, right? These produce 1 a second, right? But if we upgrade it, it's going to need faster production, right? That's just it with assembly machine 1s. Once we get 2, then it'll be a different story, right? So we'll go ahead and we'll hook up like this, because we need plates on all 3 of these. And then we'll insert the gears into the system, and then we'll have the exit from the back, like so. Actually, I'm going to get another one here. I'm going to do the same deal, sort of. But it's not going to be the same thing. It's going to be chests. So I don't have to be making this shit anymore. Right, and we split, split, split. But you can see how this gets... You want the first things at the front are going to be built first, and then the ones later will have to wait, right? If you want to think of it like that. So you want to put stuff in the front that is priority, which in this case would be the belts, the inserters, and I would say the assembly machines, right? And when I say belts, I include all the belts, right? And we'll actually design inserters here, and then we'll do the other forms of belts, and then we'll do assembly machine, right? We could also... We could have, we have a lane for this and this, or lane for iron and copper, but we could have a lane for gears and electronic circuits, right? But I usually just do this because it's a little easier, honestly. And you're just trying to get it to a manageable production level, right? For just so you could build things in a decently quick manner, right? That's really the whole point of it. Want to hook up the power, of course, like so. And we're gonna need four splitters. And that's the thing. We need splitters, a lot of splitters. Splitters are quite expensive, so keep in mind. And then after this, we'll make more belts, and we won't have to make belts anymore. And also, we're gonna want to we'll limit it to 5 stacks because these are a lot of belts. And chests, we can limit it to 1 really, because they're not expensive in any way. But anyway, once we build this and hook it up, we're gonna be doing pretty good now. So we finally have our first thing automated, right? This is now completely self-sufficient for us. All we do is we come over, we're gonna be grabbing from here, and that's it. We're not gonna have to make belts anymore. As you see, belts are the most important thing in this game. And obviously I wanted to make belts because this system uses so many fucking belts. I mean, if I didn't automate it, it would take nearly 500 that I would have to make myself, and I don't want to do that, obviously. Now we're gonna hook it. This is just one way to do it, right? We can come up with new ways to do this shit. I've always done this way, right? And voila. Now we got belts set up. I'm gonna make 2 more burners for both of those, and then our satisfaction's good. You can see the inserter literally can't keep up with the production, right? That's why we want fast inserters. And now we have chests made in here too. And we can go like this. Oop, I'm in the way. Go like that. No more making belts. That is long gone. Now, I'm going to design what we need for inserters, okay? And we're going to need you and you. We're going to need copper cables, because copper cables are used in electronic circuits with iron plates. And that is a component of the inserter, right? Then another component of the inserter is iron gear wheels, right? And so if we look at the raw materials of the inserter, it's 4 to 1.5 copper, or 4 iron plates and to 1.5 copper, right? So you can see how the iron's always used more. Even in the long hand inserter, you can see use more. Even more and more and more. Like, you know, iron's the one that's used much more than generally generally copper, right? But later game, copper will start to be used a lot more, right? Yeah, you can see that we have a lot of conveyors to now work with, right? Now this is what we need for normal, but I don't want normal. I want fast, right? Fast takes basically this same thing, right? You know, same thing right here. Nope, I said copy both of them. It's the same thing right here. But you put that there, and what we'll do is we'll just bring it over, right? Oh, I need chests. Well, I got chests, right? In fact, we'll put the chest right here. Limited to 2 stacks, right? But now this is what we need for the inserters, right? Speaking of which, it takes 30. I need to craft a bunch of inserters to put all that shit down, but we'll do this, right? So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, right? We'll go ahead and queue that up. It's going to take iron. This is going to take copper. This will take iron. This will take iron. Right. This will take iron. And this will take copper, right? Now I need to still hook up. Remember, I need to hook up the oh, whoopsie. Wrong one. Don't do that. Right? So this needs iron, this needs iron, this needs iron, this needs iron. And then if I look at the fast inserter here, it also needs iron. And oh. But anyway. Oh yeah, this needs iron, right? And now what we can probably do, I have a lot of belts here, so I can go ahead and I can probably hook copper up. Speaking of which, I have that other vein right over there. So instead of using the one that's here, I can just leave that to be for the research, right? We can belt it over to here. That's what I'm thinking, right? Let's get rid of the trees here. And then once this is ready, I'll go put it in the lab, right? So you. So it's gonna probably split this like that. No, like that. We'll go ahead and put the underground here. And sort of same deal here, really. So this will hook up our things. We're going to want ore on the left, remember. What we can do is... Go like that. Okay, I need 3 splitters now. I have exactly enough. Let me go start the research. No, right, I don't actually... Let me just move one of them, like right here. So we can get our fasteners. And then with this, we can hook up our coal accordingly. I need iron again. So we have automated conveyor belts, thankfully. Now I want to get I'm gonna try to get the inserters automated now. Really just so. Oh, I ran out of conveyor belts. Oh, how unfortunate. Speaking of which, I'm gonna need 2 of you. And we're gonna want on the left side. I'm gonna keep in mind. This distance isn't too far to build. Oh, whoopsie. It's and there it is. Nah, I'm just gonna go down like that. Yeah, look how rich this vein is. Holy shit. Alright, remember, on the left side. It's actually gonna go like this. Alright. And with all that production there, I was able to just brain over the copper. Or bring the line over. Like, I didn't have to make it all myself. Now, do I really need to use that vein? No. But it's kind of messy here, and honestly, that vein's probably going to go pretty quick. So I'd rather just, with the, research there, right? Speaking of which, I need more conveyor belts. And we're going to need to hook up power all the way over there, right? Well, that shouldn't be too bad. Just got to bring the line over. Speaking of which, make 1 radar. That's all I can make. And we'll put 1 over here. We start uncovering more of the map. Oh, don't let me. Can't forget to place it. There we go. Oh, is it? Oh, fuck! There's a base right there. Damn. I'll look at it real quick. How bad is it? 1 worm. There's a lot of nests, really. Okay. Okay. We'll get rid of them now. But now with copper set up, we can also get this done. In fact, that might be what I want to do now. Get that done now and cooked, so then I can go while it's spooling. I can go and Oh, I need my copper. I got a lot now. I need 7. We'll automate assembly machines too. And then we'll automate. No, we'll automate the underground and the splitters, and then we'll automate the assembly machines. And once we have all that set, we have all our tools really set, right? And then, oh, right, we need 5 inserters. Inserters. Splitters. Still can't set it first because, well, still researching. It's facts. Let's go split that into 2 or even 3 or 4, excuse me. There we go. Make it actually finish. Oh my gosh. And we'll hook up the inserters, and then need iron. We need copper here and copper there. Where I'm missing underground. Hey, look at that, there's copper. And then there's fast. Almost there. And then I just need to hook it. And we're done. In fact, I'm gonna... Bam. Look at that. Nice. Now let me make like a good amount of ammo. And I'll go get some fish. Then we can start replacing all of the old inserters also. Fish. Fish. I remember in my old save with my friend, we would always call we would basically befriend one fish and call him Larry, and he would be king. And he would live in a wooden chest. And then I remember I chased my friend for like 20 minutes in Factorio because we were playing for a very long time, and it was fucking... Oh my gosh. It was like such a long session, so we had like fucking lost our fucking minds, right? And I threatened him that I would eat fucking Larry, and that's all I just chased him for like 20 minutes around the map. It was the stupidest shit ever. We weren't even really late game in, we were early in. Alright, let me save. Alright. I'm gonna go for the worm first, because he's an asshole. game's ass. Alright, now we get the worm out of the way. He's kind of just a nuisance. Go away. Fucking, a tree got shot in the crossfire, no. My ammo's good. Oh yeah. But yeah, shotgun's really good early game. I just never use it. Yeah, fuck it, I'm just not gonna. I would also recommend the light armor early game too. Make it a little bit better for you. Or easier, excuse me. That's pretty simple. There's also another base, unfortunately. I want to get this one too. There might not be a worm on it. Oh, I need to get closer, man. There's one in the fucking middle. Two, excuse me. They don't expand though. Oh, that's uranium. Wait, really? Oh wow, that's nice. Yeah, we'll just leave them there for now. But we should have fast inserters now. Let me check actually before we even arrive. We do. We have a lot. We should. Oh yeah. Let's do. Remember how I mentioned earlier? I needed like a chest to make it so that I can just put like old inserters, right? So we'll do this right now. So the splitter can split and merge, right? So we can have input priority on the left, right? And so we could just do this, right? So it would always take it on this side. Excuse me. So if we just take all this, we'll get rid of this, right? But it'll always take from here, this side first, and then it waits on this side. Although you notice that you get rid of that actually. Alright. Let's go and replace a fuck ton of this shit. See how much faster the fast inserters are. So we're gonna replace the whole thing. That's the wrong way. Whoops. Oh, I'm a little low on this. Oop. Specifically, this insert being fast is very useful, of course. Oh, you know, I should probably make this a fast one too. See, we already have a fuck ton of these, so we want to get them all down. Remember, let's see. Is he taking from near? Yeah, so he's taken from the near side to him first, then the outer side, which is always on this side. So you don't even need the input priority technically here, but we're gonna do it anyway. And then he deposits, remember, on the far side of the conveyor. Sort of see the pollution's getting really big, really quickly. Now we'll replace every inserter in here. Yeah, it was like this, actually. Alright, yeah, so there's a lot of bases. Oh no. Now we gotta I have to think about what I want to do next. We'll make undergrounds, right? So really, undergrounds is just this again, right? It's just this again, except I need. Well, I have a fuck ton of conveyors, but I need splitters here. And actually, we're gonna do a little bit of a interesting way of doing this. We'll do conveyors like this, and then we'll do a split here with an underground right here to get the needed materials, right? And we'll put it like that, and then we could just go like this, right? This takes a lot of materials, generally speaking. Oh shit, we're out of power. Fuck. Alright, we'll go fix that in a second. Because, like, who cares? What happened, though, is that it's not coal, not enough coal, obviously. Oh. Oh. We'll go refuel it very, very soon. I just want to finish this first, though. Better to get this set up first now than later. So then once it powered back up, it'll just work, right? Oh, man. It powering off too is not really a big deal, also, especially with the pollution we have. We've got to be a little careful. Shit, it's already 2. Fuck. Needs a little bit more coal. It just ran out. I hope that our power's up to satisfaction, right? Let's place it in an actually normal way, please. Alright. Nope. Make 2 of you, and then we'll make 2 of you and you. Actually, we'll make 2 of you and you again. Doubly over. So we'll have double the power output. And we can just place it like that. Well, or not. Get rid of this fucking rock out of the way. Fucking hell. Then we'll just get rid of that. It'll just be a pipe. And we get our one pipe in here. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Get power. Oh, I said get power. Power you and you. Now we're getting a little bit better here. Alright. Yeah, we're scaling up really quickly. I'm a little worried about the pollution, but we'll worry about that later. Oh yeah, that's working all right. Oh gosh, that's already full. We'll take that. Splitters. So splitters is same deal here. I'm gonna copy over the production here of, or actually, hold on. We're gonna copy over the production of conveyor belts. I'm gonna put it way over here. After that is you, which is sort of same deal here. But we need circuits. For that, we're gonna need green circuits, which take copper here. And then we're gonna just go ahead and hook it. We'll get our output chest here, which will be, we'll do one stack because they are rather expensive. And then get you, and you. Hook you, and we have literally just enough for at least that part. Get more of you. Speaking of which, I'm gonna find, I have two, okay. We'll put them in there. And okay, now we need 5 assembly machines. Yeah, in this system, you just kind of can just extend it, right? That's all you have to do. So, and funny, we need 5 splitters. Oh man. Thankfully, I won't have to deal with this again, right? Literally blows, like holy shit. Once we get this, then we do the assembly machines, and then I'll probably call it. And then next stream, which I'll see what, I'll have to see what, I might do Payday again next stream, but next stream we do Factorio, we can continue the Red Science production, right? And I counted 5, but it's actually 6, man. Yikes, no. And we can get our basic research sort of set up, and then we can get our green science going, and then we can unlock railways and circuit network, right? And we can start doing some cool shit, start planning some cool shit, right? One more of you. You. I'm gonna do that. Just extend it. It's gonna need to be. Excuse me. And we're gonna go all the way down to our copper. Oh, I forgot one. Fuck. Should be everything though. I notice taking a little while here. Okay. And let me look at our power network here. We're looking okay. My hope is that it's enough coal. It looks like it is. Take it from the near side, so these ones are going to be activated versus those, right? It's not even. You can get a balancer to balance it. In fact, I probably will. And actually, hold on. Do I have? Where's my blueprints? Blueprint library. Oh yeah, I got all of them here. Let's see. Side balancer. We'll put that right here. So this is a side balancer, right? And it's not like basically it splits left and right and tries to combine them evenly on left and right. To tell you the truth, do I know exactly how it works? No. But I know how marginally it works, right? Well, we can place it like that. And it uses undergrounds to kind of do fucky shit, right? Try to split them evenly, right? I don't need to craft that even, oh my gosh. But now it evenly goes on each side. So then once this side sort of backs up all the way, then both sides will go on left instead of it kind of crowding, right? And in fact, we'll go and look at this from this perspective here. We need to go out like here, right above me. We'll go like that. Speaking of which, oh, I need some splitters. Oh, I think maybe they're ready. Let's see. They are. Which is good. I'm already in the Factorio. Fucking sleep deprivation now. I'm looking at the time already. I'm like, holy shit. It went by that quick. It did. There we go. Now we get our iron set up, so it's going evenly on both sides. So basically, what this does is that we can describe this pretty quickly here, because you see the output here starting to back up. It's backing up on the right side in this case, because the left side is what is being taken from the most, right? But once this backs up, what originally would happen is it would back up all on one side like this, and then these furnaces on this side would not be activated. But now, because we set up this side balancer, if there's overflow on one side, which in this case, because it's the bus, that's just how it kind of works, right? Now, the rest of the output on both sides will go on the other side, and you can see it right here. The iron fills up very quickly. Sometimes it's taken from that side, but not usually, right? So using this side balancer, you can see all the output from both sides now goes on the non-overfilled side, which in this case is the left side of the conveyor, right? Anyway, yeah, I didn't think I had my blueprints, but I did. Now the assembly machine really is just like our inserter over here. Right here, right? It's just this. really. If you want the truth, right? It's the exact same thing. Except it's going to be assembly machines. And in fact, I'm going to go look at the assembly machine 2, right? Assembly machine 2 is almost the exact same thing. Except it takes steel and another assembly machine 1, of course, right? So what we'll do is we'll account for that, right? Same recipe, right? We're just going to deselect that. It's going to... Yeah, I'm just preparing for what will come in the future, right? But in actuality, we're not going to be doing that right now, right? Because we're not there yet. Alright. Because we don't have steel set up. Even if we had a research, we don't have steel, right? We can't automate that yet. Anyway. So really, we need 1, 2, 3, and 4. We can get our insert set up here. And we also have splitters now. So I don't need to worry about, hey, I need to wait for a splitter? Nope, no I don't. See how much quicker everything now is for us. I'll hook it up over here. So, boom, 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 boom. Oh wait, I need copper, but I also have underground, so I can just drag like that. And there you go. Now we're making assembly machines, right? And this mod's pretty nice. You can see the proportion. Yeah. Oh, you can see the percentage of a transport belt line, right? So in this case, it's what we have research currently, which is yellow. So 60%, right? So you can see how it takes a lot, right? And that already we're well over the demand of this one line right here. So if stuff is being used back here, it won't get over here really that quickly enough. So that's why it's, higher priority is over here first. And then it follows with later priority stuff, right? So I always put the inserters and belts stuff here first, with the assembly machines following after. Then stuff after that has a less of a priority, right? All right. Now I need to replace all these inserters. Let's see, what time it is here. All right, I'm gonna replace all the inserters here that I've placed down, just so we don't have to do that later. But that's a weird tree kept there. Looking at our power, we're looking good. But yeah, I apologize if the stream was, you know, a little boring actually. Because this early game kind of slow. You see how it's slow at the start, right? But now we're really moving, right? We're going quick. I mean, we're really going. So, and we can get red science quite quickly, right? All right, let me go get some more inserters, right? Got 30, which is pretty good, right? But then I could put all these in here. Oh, actually, I had more inserters. Whoopsie. I was looking at the stack in my hand. You see, the stack in my hand's 50, but the one actually in my toolbar is obviously the total, right? So just keep that in mind. You might get confused like I do sometimes. But now with these furnace stacks, we set up a really nice base and like foundation for us, right? Set up a nice foundation to really get started quickly. That's the wrong way. Whoops. I have placed everything right? Okay. Just making sure. Fucking. It's because I see the arms outstretched like this, right? So I get a little confused. But yeah, once we replace all these, I'll tune off. And I'll be back next Tuesday, of course. I got 1 subscriber on YouTube, which I'm was fucking thrilled about. And I did get 1 view on one of my long form videos, although it was for like 5 seconds. Oh, whoops, wrong way. But hey, I'm just getting started, so gotta take things kind of slowly, you know. Do I have any energizers everywhere else? I don't think I do. We got normal ones here, but obviously I'm gonna be placing fast. Oh, I have the stuff way up here. Oh. Right, like this. In fact, we'll draw out and plan sort of what we're gonna actually do next, right? Let me go drop off all the used inserters because there's a lot. You can control click on items like I did with the inserters to just put them right in. I have a lot of wood. I don't need to build that right now. But now I do have 50 assembly machines, no problem. And anyway, yeah, that was pretty good. I got this huge red science array that I can set up. And I'll probably next stream what we'll do is we'll set up a little bit of it, right? So let's look here. So, okay. We'll probably set up a green stack here, which is going to be a little more difficult and more complicated, but we can make it work. And then we'll probably set blue up actually right next to it. I'm sort of feeling like going like that with the sciences, right? But we're going to have to kind of transport in the actual components to make them, which we'll have to, those are the intermediary parts, right? Anyway. Let's go back to here. All right. So, all right. We got like like here. Oh, actually, let's really got. Oh no, don't do it. All right. So like right here are the furnace stacks, and right sort of here. So this is I'll put F for furnace. This is oh, that's bad. Bus. Oh, that's terrible. This is our bus right here, right? And this is our furnace stack right here. And then right like here, really gonna kind of stretch it off the screen because heck, I mean, goes off. This is our science, right? Okay. We're gonna probably. Well, actually, I'm probably want to move this, right? Science is like here, right? So we're gonna. This is red specifically. We'll have green. We'll have green here, right? And with green, we'll need steel, right? No, we'll need steel. Okay. Now, looking at our base, we got room under the bus, sort of here, right? So I'm thinking that this will be steel production, right? All right, this will be steel. Yeah, let's fix the end of this. This will be steel, right? This will be steel. Okay. And we can hook that right up into the bus, right? With like no issue. Um, and then with that, we're gonna need oil and more shit. And as I don't have more room on this canvas. um, but we'll make trains. We'll have like train stops that kind of come in, right, and then leave, and they'll be on sort of a highway system, right, with like two-way directions and potentially 2 lanes on each side, right, like a highway, right, kind of like a route interstate, you know. And then once we get circuitry, what we can do, fuck, we'll go a little bit over it now at the end of the stream, right? Let's look at this, right? So we'll explain this in sort of abstract terms, right? So you can imagine this is the train line, right? Well, actually, that's a bad example. You can imagine that the train comes in and then kind of exits, right? And the stop will be right here, right? So this would be a stop, right? And we'll say that this is a pickup, right? I love how I slowly get more and more diagonal as I write. I don't know why. So this will be the pickup stop, right? Now the pickup stop, in just simple terms, there will be kind of a silo next to the stop, if you want to think of it like this, right? And this will fill up with whatever material we need, right? And it'll slowly fill up, right? The pickup stop has a priority, right? That's a bad art. We're fixing that. So there's a priority, and it's basically a byte. It's 0 to 255, which is 256 possible values, right? What we can do is we can use the circuit network to read what to read how much is in the silo, and then what we can do is we can make that be proportional to 0 to 255, with 255 being specifically um, the highest priority. So if you have a 255 priority, it means trains are going to choose to go to that station first, right? Whereas with 0, um, they're less likely to go, right? So what we can do is, for the pickup stop, right, if the silo is kind of empty, it'll be closer to 0, right? And then when it's more full, it'll be closer to 255, as like a little example, right? And there's more trains we can do. We have priority. We have queue amount, like how many trains can queue at the station, right? Um, you have, let's see, I'm trying to remember. You have the queue amount. You can parameterize we can parameterize all of this, right? So that when we place down we can have a blueprint to place a stop down, right? And with that, we can go ahead and select what type of item are we transporting. And then we can go ahead and set what the stack size of the item is. I just sneezed. We can set the stack size of the item so that we can calculate this accordingly, right? And then we can set the and then we can have that set the priority accordingly, right? And so you can have high demand stations that get, so the pickup stop that's closer, right, is going to get used more, of course. But as it gets used more, it'll have less in its silo. And when it has less in its silo, then the trains will go, oh, it's kind of getting low. We're going to go out to one that's farther away because it has more, right? And so using this little system, you can sort of have the trains choose what station to go to based on the demand that's currently happening, which fluctuates, right? Because as the trains go to stations that are closer to where they've picked up to drop off, and we'll go over drop off in just a second. It's very similar. As it does the closer stations, the farther stations are getting less. So then they'll start going out to those stations because they got less. But then the closer stations now got less because they're not going to, and then they'll go back to them, right? And so it allows the trains to sort of respond to the demands of the network, right? And this is when you start decentralizing sort of your production, right? Because now what you can do is you can start making production kind of wherever, and then have trains connect, be sort of the transportation system between them, right? Because basically what's going to happen is over here I might have gear production. I might then have over here like green production, like so, right? Or not green, or green circuit, right? I'll just put C for example, right? And then like over here I can have red, and then over here I can have, like red science. Oh my gosh. I can have red science. I can have green science, right? But then we just have trains here in the middle, right? And then they just kind of branch in, right? And then they'll come back out, right? And they come back out and kind of go over here. Hey, oh, I need gears. Oh, red go gets gears, right? Oh, green circuits. Oh, the red needs, the red doesn't need green circuits. Oh, green needs green circuits, right? Like we'll have like inserters over here. Oh, it needs green circuits. Goes like that, right? This is all kind of almost centralized right here, right? But you can really branch everything out now, right? Now we'll look at drop off really quick, right? So again, I'll just do very similar thing, right? You have I'm gonna have oh, that's terrible. I will probably get a little drawing tablet. Oh, it's bad. Bad. Suddenly really big letters. Drop off stop, right? Bear with me. I'm doing this on a trackball. We have a drop off stop, right? And it's gonna have a silo here too, right? Right? Silo. Silo. And it'll fill up, and then it'll empty, right? Now the difference between the pickup station, obviously, is that this silo is not having materials go into it, right? It's having materials go out of it, right? So what you can do is if there's nothing, if it's lower, then it will be close to our 255 amount, right? Whereas if it's higher, it'll be closer to 0, right? And again, we can go ahead and adjust the priority with this, of course. And we can go ahead and adjust the train queue. So what I'll get into this more concretely later when we have trains, but what we can do, a certain section of this silo, we'll say, is equivalent to a whole wagon, right? Of material. Okay. A certain section of the silo will be equivalent to a full wagon's worth of material, right? So what we can do is if, let's say, the silo is let's say it's at most 6 wagons worth empty. As such, you could set the train queue to not be 1. My old design, I just had this idea with sort of expanding this with the queue, right? My old design just had one station, one train queue. So when a train decided it was going to go to a stop, no other train could go to that stop until the train left it. Okay? But the queue can be adjusted so that if it's at most six wagons worth empty, or at least I should say, excuse me, then you get to have more trains go to that station, and ultimately it will get fulfilled quicker, right? Especially if the priority is much lower on it, right? We'll get more specific into this, right? But this is just kind of some stuff we can do with circuits, right? I probably will want to try some circuitry with like nuclear reactors and stuff like that too. I never really touch that stuff, so we'll be looking into that. But anyway, and I'll probably buy a a little drawing tablet to make this a little easier because I cannot. I can kind of write. You can kind of understand what I'm writing, but let's just say it's a little funky. But anyway, we'll go back to gaming real quick. But yeah, well, and also our trees are becoming a bit of a problem here, but we'll eventually have stuff to take care of that, right? You can use robots, or in my case, what I like to do is I like to burn the whole forest. But don't worry about it. Yeah, we can see there's bases like everywhere, right? And we can probably want eventually what we can go ahead and get. Oh, that would be very nice to get to make sure our production's at maximum capacity, right? But what we can do is we can get the engine, and after the engine, we can get a car. And that would be very nice to have. And then there's also the tank, of course, right? But we're gonna need a lot more to get that. Um, and yeah, because this is normal Factorio, the fucking rocket is like ridiculous. Versus Space Age, where the rocket's actually much cheaper to make, because the whole point is to go to other planets, right? But yeah, see, our trains are right here. So we're not far away at all. We just need green, and once we automate green, we can get logistics 2, engine, and then our railway. And then if we look here, just getting a little lay of the land. There's advanced combinators here. We'll have to see if we'll need this. I'll have to remember. I don't remember if we need selectors. We might use one selector. I'm not sure. I don't remember. But we of course have our normal circuit network, right? And this is this circuit network is how we basically go ahead and get shit done, right? And we have our constant combinator, so that's good. And I'll show you guys also how we parameterize blueprints as well. Anyway, I'll catch you guys next week, and we might do this again next week, but I might actually do more payday next week, and then the week after that we can do more shit. I'll have to probably review. I'll have to go ahead and look at the save probably before we begin next Factorio stream, so I actually remember where everything is. But anyway, But anyway, I'll catch you guys some other time. Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you again in the next one. Alright. Okay, I need to clip that now.